Hey!
Welcome to another quarter 2, 2023 Dwarven Axe painting competition. So, now I will say right up front we have 47 entries.
Awesome.
Tying for the top number. We couldn't have one more, but next time. That's what it is.
Yes.
Joining me today, I'm Alex Hunt. I'm, I guess, one of the judges. I have Kelsey.
Hi, I'm Kelsey.
That's Kelsey. And then I got Bert.
Hey, I'm Bert.
So, other Bert than the Bert that runs the... Anyway, so point is that this is normally the crew that runs painting competition stuff at Renegade. And so, pulling them in as a team for doing some judging today. So it's going to be fun. We've never done it with 3 judges before. So, we'll try and answer all the questions we possibly can looking at stream and everything. We have a new person from the Forge, Chris. He's been helping out with all of the audio video stuff, and you should see improvements next event, which should be fantastic. He's been having all sorts of fun ideas. And then we have a different Chris, who's being our hand man. He is... he's entered in a couple models this time around, but he's being our primary hand guy to put models in and take models out. So he's the man behind the camera, and we couldn't do anything without him. Trust me.
So thank you to both the Chris's for helping with everything so far.
They're multiplying, and there's nothing we can do to stop it.
Nope.
The wave has begun. If you are nearby and you want to stop by and say hi, come on in. We'll have the stream out front at the Forge today, and in addition, there will be artists around to hang out. There's a 40K event going on, but meh.
Always good to see more models and talk to people about hobby and the game.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. So, we got chat on our phones here, so we'll be trying to pay attention and respond the best we can to hear your harassment or ideas, thoughts, and
Mostly harassments.
So if you have anything that you want to say, shout it out, and we'll try and respond the best we can. So, and hello to Bike Striker.
Hi, Bike Striker.
Hey.
So anyway, we're gonna kick this thing off today with a sci-fi singles category, which is the largest one. We have how many entries? 14?
I believe so.
14 or 15? Oh, 15.
So it went up by one.
Yeah, it went up by one. So 15. It's the biggest category. The smallest category is Titanic. We got to get them big models.
The big ones.
The big ones.
Yeah, unfortunately, we only got 2.
Only two. So, but in any case, you want to kick it off. Let's go. Let's see what we got for first models, and we'll go from there. So starting off strong, we've got Moldy Toast. Moldy Toast, which if I remember correctly, we had this one last time, but it was painted as like Adeptus Mechanicus colors.
It was
Still
actual.
looks Mechanicus colors.
Yeah, it
It's
still
just
looks
a toaster.
Mechanicus
It was
Yep. So.
it was red, and it was coming down like this cliff face.
Yeah, it was really cool.
A lot of fun to see a different take variant.
on it.
Yeah.
If I remember him saying correctly, he like green sculpted a bunch of this stuff onto the model that he had 3D printed. So it's really awesome in that all the little modifications and details that really tell a story on it. The Moldy Toast.
Yeah, it's very cool.
I really like it. Yeah, the main thing that pops out at me are like the mushrooms on the back. It's always the small details that get me too, in the eye, on the side. I feel like there's a little bit of not as much differentiation for the teeth, and that could have been pulled out.
Yeah, it's very muted a little bit. I think the eyes are a little flat.
A little
I
flat.
would agree with that as well.
Needs a spark of life, you know.
Yeah.
But
And then Uhu glue would always be cool to just as a touch for like the saliva on the tongue and stuff like that. But
yep, a little bit of slime always helps. A little bit of spittle. So, yeah. Oh no, the Forge is spamming.
The Forge.
The Forge is spamming all the Forge things. But yeah, I'm loving it. The basing right here. I want to get a closer look at that barrel because it looks kind of like it's just pressed in, which is fine, but it doesn't really feel like it's sunken, if that makes sense. There's no displacement of mud on the base. and there's a big flat area right here that could be added in to
More tufts.
more tufts. Yeah, tufts always win things. The painting around the slime pool, really cool.
Yeah, I think they did a really pretty darn good job on this model. Even though it's mostly just like a 3D print and then just some additives to it, but it's fun. It has a character. It has character to it. It has a story.
Yeah, it definitely tells a story with it. So, yeah, and the weathering is really fun. Though when you're weathering this kind of thing, where you're tossing a ton of like washes and things on it, you have to make sure that you're highlighting up. Otherwise, you lose a lot of that in here, where it just kind of becomes overtly muted and it doesn't have a highlight to go with the shadow, so it just becomes kind of washed out. And that's a common issue especially doing early on painting or in the midst of being in the process of painting, I would say. So, yeah, super cool though. A very fun, unique model.
Yeah.
I agree.
Concur.
You concur.
I concur with your concurring. All right, what do we got next? So thank you, John, for entering that. It's fantastic. It's definitely one of a kind. That's for certain.
Yes. It definitely gave another chuckle when we saw it the first time.
Yep. All right, Matt Gilbert having a bit of a marine.
Processing.
Thinking about it. There's a mold line across the top, and then like the little
sword is bent?
sprue bit. Is the sword bent? It's got to come around.
Yeah,
the
it
side.
is.
Oh, look at that! It is. Yeah. It's a bummer. I'm trying to understand the basing. Like, did some of the basing come up at some point?
Kind of looks like that.
Yeah,
I
just
do
a
like-
little bit.
I do like the Tau head on the base. It always
The
helps.
sword is very nice. The sword is very nice too. Though I feel it's a little just the whole model's just looks a little muted.
Even if you were to bring up a little bit of edge highlighting on like the top of the pauldron or the helmet to bring emphasis back up to the face, that would accentuate it a little bit more too.
How would you go about like highlighting or having a muted model and then brightening it back up so you still have that muted tone?
I wouldn't do much highlighting.
Yeah, I would just do just the top, just like essentially as if you're doing like OSL from one direction, just highlighting like from here down this way. So you're only hitting these top parts, not these under parts. Or you could be using a lighter color for these top parts and going a darker color. Like you go back to going back to your original color after, because it looks very washed. Going back to your original color can even be used as a highlight.
Shifting back into your mid-tone, barely going into a highlight, that kind of thing is
You're doing
where
like
I'd be at
small
too.
edges here.
Yeah.
Even just also too even the sword, even just going with just a little bit more, just like even just a slight line of like a white on that, just to kind of bring that lightning out a little bit more.
Yeah, I was gonna say anytime that you have a sword like this, in my experiences, you have to highlight the middle very, very lightly, and then the edges very, very lightly, so it just makes that entire area pop. So it has a defined edge. I think that's more it. You needed that defined edge on a blade. But yeah, overall, just the model is muted, and that's what kind of takes it back more than anything. So adding some extra highlights, I think, is definitely where it's at. Knowing where your lighting is, that kind of stuff.
But otherwise, very good job.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we'll take a look at that base a little closer later.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. All right, hand man.
Alrighty.
The hand man. Oh, man, Reaper 351. See, it's so much time between sessions where I'm like, I forget who everyone's Twitch name is. I think that's Brandon. I think that's Brandon's name. We got his models in there too.
Yeah.
Oh, these are the
Emojis?
Emojis.
Oh, okay. I just can't see them on the phone.
Emojis.
I can't see the emojis on the emojis. All right, we got Cameron Carter. with his Horse Heresy Iron Hands. He posted this up on the Discord, the Forge Discord, as an early model that he'd been working on, and so
So it's very shiny.
it is very
It is
shiny.
very shiny.
It is very shiny. There's a fair amount of kit bashing on it.
Oh yeah.
To start out.
Las cannon. You got a synaptic disintegrator.
Yep. He's a
Thunder
one-man army.
Yeah. A thunderhammer and a power axe.
All in one. Why do you need to switch off anything else?
He can do everything.
You can do everything and then a little bit more.
I really like the green on that base.
Yeah, the
Yes.
basing is phenomenal. It's super cool.
While it is a little large, like it sticks out of the base quite a bit, it's still very nice.
Yeah, it has a good feel in space, and then the OSL up it is really cool.
I agree.
That gets me every time. Like looking at this model, it really draws my eye to the base specifically, and then up.
The one I would suggest is it's also kind of very muted. If you kind of bring that really light color just on a couple spots too,
Yep.
it looks like that would be shining off of that rock.
Yeah, exactly. I would concur with that. What's that? Oh no.
Hang on.
Oop.
I think in here we have to get
I haven't touched anything.
No, I think
Did we lose? Did we lose it? Did it die?
it lost. Yeah, it lost.
Or did the
Technical
camera die?
difficulties.
Oh, change the battery. Oh, jeez.
All right.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties. Sorry, folks. Yeah.
Battery packs are over $100.
Yeah. Sorry. We've been working out battery situation with the Canon, swapping out batteries and swapping out cameras, and it's been a treat here trying to get everything figured out. So
It's always a work in progress thing,
yeah. Yep.
which is never a bad thing.
Nope.
Always aiming to be better than the last.
So far, this has been one of the smoothest setups too. So
Very cool.
very cool. Much
Very
wow.
cool. Much wow.
Much wow.
So it's definitely like Devastator legs. So you can see like from the Devastator legs kit is that there is a rock that foot is standing on. And it's also it is the same color as the model.
It is the same color as the model. That's true. It's
So
really
it could be painted like the base.
yeah. Going into the elephant in the room, it's really shiny.
Yes.
It's very shiny.
Looks like the model was sprayed with a gloss varnish.
Yep. And in a lot of ways, if you're going to do gloss varnish, because gloss varnish is the hardest varnish to use, or not hardest, it's the most durable varnish you can use, especially for play. Doing a matte varnish over top of it is definitely what I would say to use, or like a satin varnish, so you knock it down a bit. Cool. So you can knock it down a bit, because it is very bright and distracting from it. Or if you had pieces, say the armor was gloss, but then the weapons aren't, it would help differentiate that, oh, this is supposed to be gloss, you want this to be shiny, and then you have the weapons as something else, or vice versa, or something along those lines. Or, you can have reflection from the bottom, because it feels like he's trying to do OSL in some areas where it's reflecting off the bottom of whatever it is, but you can't have that be shiny, you need to have that be lit, from whatever the display or whatever the object is that's illuminating it. So, like, I think that this as a kit bash is really unique. It feels cool. Rule of Cool states that this is awesome. So, yeah, I don't know. It's a fun model, but I really think that the gloss is distracting for me.
Sweet words to it.
Talk sweet words to the machine spirit.
Ready for the next one?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Cameron, for entering that. Sorry for the technical difficulties in the middle of that, but that's what we're here for.
It happens.
Of course, it happens during Sci-Fi's single. That's how it always goes.
This is a really damn model.
I wonder who did that.
Yeah, huh? It's garbage.
Chris.
Throw it away. Is it in focus?
I was gonna say, you tell us. We can't see anything. Oop.
I want to center it here.
From this distance, I think it looks fine.
From the 3-foot mark, it is tabletop quality at its max right there. It's a really good model. And I'm not just saying that because Chris is in the room. Like the small details of the cord having the hazard striping, the skin is phenomenal. There's highlighting on the pants, on the armor itself. The base really pops out with the plants on it, so it doesn't feel like it's just a plain base that has gravel that's been painted. It actually places him in a scene. You know, you have a bunch of that work that's been done, you know, to this very awesome model, because it's a very unique model that GW released. So
Yeah, I think it looks very nice.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to even argue about it. It's like the maybe adding in some small details on the plasma gun so that you have that burn so it looks used. You know,
like the leather and this,
yep.
on his canteen here,
Yeah,
or
because
his binoculars.
Because it's well highlighted, but it doesn't feel used. It doesn't feel worn. And if he's in the middle of the field, unless he's doing a photo op, it's probably used. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a good example of a well-painted model. If you were trying to bring this to the next level, then I would start looking at things like lighting and figuring out where your light source is.
Make him sweaty because he's in the jungle.
Yeah, make him sweaty.
Stains.
Add some Uhu glue.
Yeah.
Just toss on all the things.
Ooh, glue on the flowers.
Uhu glue on the flowers, yeah. But like you can, you know, what are you going after? So if you're going after the Predator style thing, like where is Predator sitting in this jungle that he's battling in? So there's blood on the leaf. That's fair. But like, you know, oh yeah, the green right there. There you go. But like, you know, if he's sitting in the jungle and he's sweating, he should be a little bit of glistening, and that's not like, don't dip it in water effects, but something along those lines. Same with.
How would one go about doing that? If someone's new to painting, how would they do that?
Oh, yeah. So if you're going into paint, or if you're starting into painting and you want to make something look wet, you can use a gloss varnish, but typically that's a little bit overkill. It's a little bit above and beyond what you want, because that is more of an even distribution. Doing something like a water effect that is it's an actual technical item that you can use, and it goes on like paint, but it looks more like water rather than gloss. And then you can build it up to add more texture and more depth to it.
And there's different things you can add on top of it as well, which you can, especially if you're making big waves, you can have this, like, it's almost like a putty almost that you can curl up to make waves. I know I've worked with still water quite a bit on a lot of my models in the past, and layering is just the best way to do it, especially if you want different colors. You just put that on there, make sure it hardens up, and you can kind of just do an opaque layer of like a contrast paint on top of that, and then do another still water on top of that and build up those color layers, and you get that depth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Something that I have noticed in the past is I always recommend it. Luke Towan, I think it's Luke Towan, on YouTube. He does railroad scenery work, and his stuff is phenomenal for display boards, for basing, for taking all the technical things to make it look real, and then applying them to the models so that it, you know, something as easy as I want to make a snow pile that looks real is sometimes very difficult to do without it looking like, oh, I just have a mound of dirt or material or white powder, and then I have like snow sprinkled on top of it. You know, his is like layering it up with a thing and then spraying it with like isopropyl alcohol, and then putting on this scenery glue with Mod Podge, and suddenly it like holds in place, but it looks like it's fresh snow in a pile. So something to look at. Luke Towns.
I think like muddying up the boots.
Yeah, put them in place.
Yeah.
More in place. So, yeah, cool model.
It's very cool.
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's okay.
It's good.
I mean, you know, it's. Thank you. I can say this. Thank you for entering that, Chris.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
And we will be seeing more of his models in the near future. Ooh.
Oh, hey Brandon,
Sorry.
the lucky squig,
On the
Duh.
Squigosaur.
the lucky squig, the biggest.
Is it because he's blue?
Yeah, it's because he's blue. You should know.
He even has like purple accents.
Yeah, I know.
So
And
he's
then-
kind of stealthy.
And then it has offset with the red for the the eyes and things. It just makes it pop really nicely because you have the multiple highlights of blue and then the purple, which offsets it just slightly. Just a little bit. See, Brandon, this is where you gotta jump in with the Uhu glue so you can make it like have spittle and things like that. So
It'd also be really cool since it's like almost sending out a yell. You could almost do the I've seen fishing line be used to like show like it's spittling like
spittling
straight
out.
Yeah. And then using glass beads on top of the edge of that, so it looks like it. Yeah, that
Globs of
droplet.
it.
Yeah.
He's got tufts,
He does have stuff.
which is the most important thing you can possibly have on any models. Tufts.
The rest of the base though is a little flat.
It is a little flat. It does have multiple colors though that really do
Yep.
make it pop. So it feels more like it's a like a well-worn area. In addition, like he does have.
It does look like it's
It
coming
does
up
look
around
like
the
it's
feet a
coming
little
around the
bit.
feet. So it looks like he's been running for a while in a dusty environment. So it fits with the scene. I will harass the chipping around the base so that you have more. You might want to paint another layer on top of that so that it's more solid for that black rim. And then this is like the backside here. I really like the highlighting here. This feels a little bit heavy-handed with the dry brushing.
Yeah, it's
And
a little too much on
yeah.
too much sil on your brush
Yeah.
when you
Yep.
like you did that part first and then so you initially got your paint off your brush and then you went to that area first and then you got a little too much on that first kind of like swipe.
Yep. That's how it feels.
Where it's
because
like
then you move
like
back.
really nice over here.
Yep.
It's get where it looks like it blends in a lot more and it looks very like too much, especially with kind of this is supposed to be like one kind of big flat area and you can see where the seams meet
Yep.
on the model.
Same with this is a nice variation on the shoulder pad. That feels like a good balance for that dry brush that would be here. But
I really like the eye. The eye pops out when it comes around.
yeah, it does. Because it this one and then the other one really stands out against that blue. It's very red. So the fur is nice. I really like that. I kind of wish that the skull was a bit more highlighted, especially against like these white teeth up top and the boot for the metal, because that's a nice non-metallic metal. But then the skull feels like it's a little flat on what it's going for. And maybe an extra highlight or two would help pop that up and out.
Yeah, just on those hard edges.
Yeah, it is a well put together model in its entirety. So it's well composed. Well composed. Words are hard today.
You can also put into the aspect of maybe doing technical powders on like the
Oh my goodness.
on the
Sorry about that.
on the vents for the mechanical stuff.
Yes, it's very one. Yeah, it's very one color.
Yep.
From the pipes to.
Yeah, it'll come around, but there's a red on the on this leg. It has some pooling wash or something along those lines that feels like a wash.
This is, it almost looks like there's like a streak down
Yeah.
the leg too.
So making sure that those are cleaned up a bit. You could also do a little, or if you want to bring it kind of up from there, you can also add like some irritation around the engine or metal bits that are embedded in the side of this thing to really pop it up and make it look like they're not supposed to be. They're not supposed to be there in quotes. From this is the original creature kind of situation. I gotta drill out that gun barrel.
Yeah.
And I know I've seen some people actually drill out even the exhausts before too.
Yeah, that can be a little more difficult if you're
Right.
if you're not gonna do that though. Like make it darker.
Right.
Make it look like it's black inside. So.
Yeah, I would say
Yeah,
maybe
this-
even just bring up that purple just a little bit more too. Otherwise, it's
It's a very well done piece.
yeah.
Yeah, I like the purple. Like, it could really pop more. I agree with you on that. So.
Very cool though.
Because bright colors indicate threats.
Yep.
It's a threat.
It's a threat.
It's a threat.
It should be a threat. It's not nid threat, but it's a threat. Awesome. Well, thank you, Brandon.
Yes.
Looking forward to the other models that you have. This one doesn't. You'll have to correct us in the. You can grab
Okay,
it. You can correct us
yeah.
in the comments, but that one does not have the UV stuff. Correct? I don't remember. I know that his plane does, and I hope that we can actually show that off because it's super cool.
Yay.
Okay, correct. Awesome. Oh,
Oh, I know whose this
I
is.
know who this is.
Very carefully.
All right.
Okay.
The airplane does, yeah.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So this is Zoe's. Zoe Martin entered in Dark Fury.
She has a plinth.
She has a plinth. More than can be said from the rest of the people in the thing. Come on, have some commitment. Plinths. Is it not doing?
I can't get to pivot.
You twist the whole thing. Grab the camera. It's one of these.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It's
Oh my
on-
goodness.
Oh, it's backwards.
Maybe? I don't know, man. I just work here. Twisting a knob.
Oh my god. Could do zoom out, I guess.
Decals are solid. They are decals. No,
Don't
they're
think they
raised.
are.
They're not
Yeah.
decals. Yeah, they're not decals. They're part of the
Part
model.
of-
I wish this glow effect was a bit brighter. It's just to make it pop, or at least have something coming out the back so that it feels like he's jumping.
Dark Fury.
Making people's lives harder, that's my style. Yeah, thank you, Zoe. You're doing a great. You didn't glue this down.
Yeah, I made sure that they knew about that so that we didn't mistakenly possibly break your model. So hey,
You brought the level up, and then you annoyed us, so that brought it down. That's how it goes. No, this is fan. I really love this base.
yes, I
More
agree.
than just the plinth. The base is phenomenal. Like, this is well executed for the rust effect, for the stonework. It has highlighting in the right places. And even has like the rust running down from rain, so that it stains the ground around it. That's really cool. In some ways, I want it to be slightly brighter,
Agreed.
so that it pops a bit more. I think you've muted yourself too low, and you could bring it up with a bit of edge highlighting or even just some additional highlights on the model itself. The backpack up here looks great because it pops out nicely, but like the rest of the armor kind of has the same sheen, same lighting, and it doesn't pop nearly as well as the top does. That'd be my thought.
I think she did a really good job on the claws.
Mm-hmm. I don't think you necessarily need gloss on them, but then that might just be me. Unless you guys disagree. Please agree. Please disagree.
I think it's
You can see the difference between the metals.
right.
I don't think it's a bad thing.
Mm.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just okay. I would say it does look a little out of place. Like why, if you've got lightning claws, why are lightning claws shiny?
Oh yeah.
Why are they shining more? I guess than like the armor.
Then the armor is, yeah. That makes sense.
And by like they should have like essentially their own kind of shine to them that's different from like light coming off an armor.
That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I can see that. I like the eyes when it comes around. I like the eyes. I feel like these wings could be a bit brighter, like from a highlighted standpoint.
Especially like on the top, like
Yeah.
near here.
Yeah, because these feel like they're like shiny metal. Versus
Well, they
this
are
is more of a,
they are different materials.
they're
So you've
different
got like
materials,
this
yeah.
is like your jump pack, and then
Yep.
you've actually got like metal wings.
metal wings, and these feel like metal.
Yeah,
So
I think that looks great.
yeah, I just wish there was a little. And that again, this is where the difference between judge's opinion and like what actually comes
The
through.
artist's
The
opinion.
artist's opinion is that like I'm like, oh yeah, I want those to pop a little more. But if the artist is like, I don't want that, that's not what I was after, then fantastic. you know, I'm just looking at it from my subjective point of view. So yeah, this is super cool. I think that additional highlights are in your ballpark in here. Like adding some differentials for like the next step to this is like adding highlights
it's almost like
it's
very one color too. Like
Yep.
there's no like you're jumping this way, so like there's no
Light.
light coming in,
Yep.
so it's all your armor is very the same from here to there.
Yep. Yeah, I think a lot of the next step for most artists when you hit a certain stage is lighting, and then figuring out how you want to affect lighting onto whatever model you're looking at. More than just, it's, the sun is everywhere, everything's dispersed well. It's selecting where your point of light is and then painting based on that. Not necessarily non-metallic metals or true metals, but something in that realm.
So, sometimes just doing little case studies can help you understand the lighting aspects, and just looking at pictures, taking pictures, and then just experimenting how to translate that from a photo to a model.
Yep.
I know I do that quite often myself, and it's always a learning
Yeah,
experience.
it is very much so a learning experience, and seeing how light interacts with different materials and things, because light would interact differently between these two metals up here and then like this down here. I did just notice that there's like little scratches. I almost said scritches. Little scratches along the bottom of the greaves, which I think is a nice touch. So
Very
I really
cool.
like that. Yeah.
Well done, Zoe.
Yeah. Well done, Zoe. This is awesome.
Dark Fury.
And I think there is freehand on that corner on that side.
We can take a look at it.
Yeah, we'll take it. So we're like 3 feet away, 2 feet away, 3 feet,
About two, probably about two.
2.5, 2 feet. I'll go with you.
Whatever, don't
I'm sorry.
matter.
We're a distance away.
I've been wrong before, so.
We're a distance away. Yeah. We're a distance away from the model, so like trying to ascertain.
We're judging you from
detail.
tabletop
Yeah,
quality,
yeah,
from
yeah.
tabletop distance.
Don't you worry, Zoe. We'll get up close and personal, and then we'll give you our real opinions. So.
There's scratches
There's
all
scratches all over. Okay, good to know. I'm sorry that we missed all of them.
Yep.
Scritchy.
So
I mean, you can kind of see him on like
Yeah.
the jump pack a little bit,
Yeah.
because that's like the highest part.
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Grab and run away with it. I don't want to see it anymore. Get out of my seat. There's so many in that category.
It's such a large
Oh,
category,
that is-
but it's a good thing.
Yeah,
It is a good thing.
it's a good problem to have. Oh yeah, one of our later entries
Austin.
from Austin, the Canoness. So this right away is a kit bash.
From the, that was a different.
Ethereal sister, it's a different sister, but like the head is different. And I want to say she doesn't have a chain sword. I'd have to remember.
I think she has a gun, doesn't she? Does she normally have a gun?
I think so. I have to look. We actually have one in the case, so when we hit unit, it'll be really cool.
It has tufts.
It has tufts.
It has tufts.
The basing.
It's
Really well.
very
done.
very well built, though
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much is additional to the actual model space.
I think the skull and some of this is, but I'd have to look to see.
Yeah.
I do like though that the it's well rusted though. The definite brick dust settles in. There's tufts in places where you'd think that there would be grass growing. It's well defined. I'd have to get really close and see how this black looks, because it looks
Yes,
a little samey right here.
Yeah, it does
from
look
this
very-
distance.
It looks very flat.
It looks very flat.
And I would also really like it. Almost looks like they use like some of the texture powder on the feet, like the front of the feet, which is really cool. I just need to take a closer look to see if it got on the cape at all as well, because
Yeah.
you would have some on the edge of the cape
Yep.
from movement.
Yep. The red is nice and soft. It doesn't feel out of place. It's highlighted, like even on the feet. It has highlighting down there. It's well defined on the all the metal bits. There's a good amount of highlighting, good amount of shading in there too. Adding, it does have that other than the black cape, because I think that needs to be a little bit more defined, is figuring out where your light source is, because it's very, again, diffused from this standpoint. So you lose kind of that. You have that overall softness.
It does kind of look like it is coming from this way, so it does look a little darker on these spots under here, like compared from here to like there.
Yeah.
So it does look a little. It does look a little flat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you could still have shading between your armor plates. It looks like there is a little bit of a wash in those areas. But it's just like making it come to life.
Yeah. Yeah. A bit more lifelike in that. Well, and to the point of Dr. Doomstein, which is Doomenstein, the base and the model both being red, in that in the placement, it's different enough where the two different reds don't necessarily clash, but they aren't exactly the same. So you can definitely tell that there's a difference between them, and that this is more of an orange red than this is more of a,
Yeah, you got like a dusty. You got like a dusty red on the bottom
versus up here. I think for me the cloak is definitely what I want to get a better look at to see if there's actual highlighting on it, because from here it doesn't really look like it has a lot of highlighting.
Yeah, which can be harder to do with obviously just doing black.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But the white's really clean on her shoulder pauldron in there. I think.
Yeah.
At least getting
We
showing the definition
agree a
of
little
it.
bit as well. It is a bit monocolor.
Yeah, it is a bit monocolor. I would agree with that. It doesn't have a lot of differentiation. Sorry, Kelsey,
you're okay.
to interrupt. The like adding extra to the armor panel, so that at least if you're doing a monochrome, you're making things pop. Individual armor pieces will pop out rather than it being kind of the same. So that you have that differentiation between them. So there's also like the tubing or the under tube or whatever it is between their armor plating is not like up here it is highlighted, but like between the knee it's the same color as the rest of the model. It looks
Okay.
so cool.
Yep.
Well, thank you, Austin.
Thanks, Austin.
Unless you had any other thoughts,
I'm good.
do you concur?
Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Yes, I concur. Yes, quite.
You knew, buddy.
To declare.
I always think of
To be
the
fair,
To declare.
I should have concurred from Catch Me If You Can.
oops.
Sorry about that, man.
You threw Liam's model on the ground. Terrible.
Jacob.
Liam,
I always forget what these are called.
son
They're
of horse.
They're like a
Praetor?
something like that.
Gun barrel wasn't drawn. Or drilled.
Yep.
It's very cool, though. Let's see. What I'm seeing is either a tiny miss piece that it's not like completely cleaned, where the those two shoulder seams meet right here,
Yeah, there.
right there. It's either a mold line or a bit of flash.
Yep. And getting some of that cleaned up takes time and a lot of practice with it too.
Yeah.
So this is another model that feels like it needs extra highlighting.
Yeah.
Because I think that this is more dry brush than it is
Like the armor. Yeah.
yeah, but it's dry brushed, and it has a couple layers of dry brush, maybe a wash in here that kind of dulled this down, and then it went one extra layer, but then it stopped. And there wasn't that additional like extra bit beyond dry brushing to pull out the edges. There's like a bit of an edge highlight right here, but it needs more along these creases to add some extra definition. Same with like
I agree.
the top, your top broom head. It feels like you need a bit of a pop there to highlight it and be a bit different from the cloak.
I do like the weathering that he did on the feet and the bottom of
You
the
can
cloak.
see it on the bottom. Of the
Yep,
cloak.
you can. You can definitely see that. It's nice. It's subtle too, so it's not overdone, and it really does pop in the way that it needs to. So it places him in the scene rather than just being extreme. I love the color. This kind of color. I painted an entire Eldar army that was basically like this color for the armor.
Sunflowers is a good color.
Yeah. I love it.
It's like a seafoam green.
Yeah, yep. And he has highlighting in there because you can tell that there's shadows, and then there's highlights on top where light should be. In the darkness here, you have it being a little bit darker. There's a shadow in that chest plate, so there's a bit more to it. You got to drill it, as Kelsey pointed out. You got to drill that gun barrel.
This time it wasn't Alex that pointed it out.
I'm hard on that. Kelsey beat me to it.
Yep.
How dare you? Drill that gun barrel.
I know.
No, I'm meaning him. You got to drill that gun barrel.
I know.
Yeah. The eyes. I think the eyes need to pop a bit more.
And it looks like they're kind of the same color as the cloak.
Yeah. Yep. They're just kind of set in, but they don't actually pop out of the head.
And that's again just from this distance.
Yeah.
So.
It could change when we get to 2 feet, 3 feet, and suddenly we're
2 inches.
Yeah, 2 inches, and we're like, oh my god, it's like the brightest thing ever. So. But I know that this is one of Liam's first models that he's entered into the painting competition, and it's fantastic. As a first-time entry, this is awesome.
Very, very well done.
Mm-hmm. Loving it.
Praise.
Golf clap.
All right. Awesome. Thank you, Liam, for entering that model. It's gorgeous.
Wonderful.
How many more do we got over there, Chris?
About a few.
About a few. Couple, 3? 7.
Halfway.
Halfway
We're
with this category.
halfway,
Yeah.
everybody.
Wow.
On Sci-Fi Single.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
The Hurricane Warrior. So,
All right, that's cool.
yeah. Max was in one of our chats, one of the painting sessions that Kelsey hosted, and he was talking about showing off this model and talking about it. And it is a style called grisaille, I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly, where you do all the shadows and highlights with in black and white monochrome, and then you add color on top of it so that it stains it, but you keep all of those initial bottom highlights in. So he did that with this model where all of the yellow, this is mostly contrast paint on top, but then underneath is all that highlighting and shading.
Fancy version of Slapchop.
It is.
Yes.
It is it's a very, very fancy version, a very classical version of Slapchop. So when you go back in time and you talk to those Renaissance painters, you can be like, "Oh, you're just using the Slapchop method."
And they'd be like, what?
Yeah, freaking scrub. So anyway, you got to drill out your gun barrel, but it is highlighted. The OSL is really fantastic on the face.
Yeah, the yellow is fantastic.
Yeah,
The rest of it though, like you got your pants, your boots, your knee pads, it's all still kind of that monotone grayish black.
Yep, agreed with that. The pipe is nice. That looks really good. I really like that.
And
Really like
it's
the pipe.
just, it looks like it's part of the scene, the terrain and everything that he did with it is
Your
very
OSL,
well put together.
OSL looks really nice.
Yep.
Though I have to see that a little bit as it comes back around. It almost looks like it's not glowing on this side. It's glowing on this side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I do. To Kelsey's point with the basing, this feels like a very in-world base. It's not monochrome. Like the rocks themselves are not monochrome either.
Yep.
They're not just gray and then highlight with gray and then highlighting with more gray. It actually has like depth. There's like blues and gray or blacks
And you're mixing in those washes,
greens,
like
yep.
the browns and blacks as you go.
Yep. So it actually makes like it pop out, and then there's nice tufts and like moss material that's on there that makes it really stand out. So I think that grisaille as a style is Marco, I can never pronounce his last name, Frisian. He teaches this on YouTube as like a really quick, like this is how you paint a model super fast and make it look really good. And even without, he doesn't typically use contrast paints, or he wasn't, and it would pop really nicely. And then he would use like oils and heavy body acrylics to make it pop even further for highlighting. And so I think that that's a really good thing that you could do here, is adding in some extra depth to the model by adding in some additional highlights other than just the edge highlights. Because like back here on that shoulder pad, it's really dim and it doesn't really pop up much.
But you definitely get your light coming in from here. Like,
yeah, you definitely do. But even, you know, like the top of the backpack needs a little bit more too. And then this is really dim when it's being hidden slightly, but it should have reflection coming off of like the backpack a bit more too. So there's small things on this that I think in the glancing at it, it is a gorgeous model, but there's more that could be done and brought up. The belt too. The belt is just phenomenal.
I like the face, though.
Yeah.
From a distance, it looks great. We'll get a better look at it.
For sure.
Yeah, I really think this is a good testament to a good like classical technique being brought into
Modern style.
Yeah, modern style. So, thank you, Max, for that.
Yes, thank you.
It's fantastic.
Cats.
Oh, John Obi's Chaos Lord.
I hate it.
Just,
It stinks.
just
Stinks.
the worst.
Obi, just hang up your brushes, man. It's terrible. The problem is that I'm playing him as one of my matches at WaFest, and I'm hoping that I get to face this army because it's going to be a fun match. He just...
I really like the teal. Again, we're drilling barrels, at least
Yep.
from what it looks like. The base looks very green.
Yeah.
And littered with skulls. I'd like to see maybe some dirt pile, maybe something kind of breaks it up a little bit.
Yep. Gives a little bit more depth to it, or where he's placed,
Yeah.
kind of thing. Speaking from the color tone as to it pops in a very saturated way.
Yep.
He definitely paid attention to doing more of like a comic book cell shade in some ways, where the edges are very heavily washed, but then the middle pops in color. And I think that's
I love that kind of style.
it's really, really awesome to see. Well done, too. So
Maybe see the face. The face looks really nice too, though. Again, maybe a little bit of a brighter highlight, at least from this distance. In the nose, or even just kind of like a smaller spot because he's a bald man.
yeah,
Get a little bit of that sheen right on top. Yeah.
I feel like the cloak needs a bit more. It's got some highlighting, but it needs a little more color to it.
It's almost a little too much, around where the tiny rips are. There's almost too much of a highlight
Yep.
around the rips.
And not enough color with that. So if you're going to do that, I would say that you need to enhance the color about or around it, so that you have those nice differentiations between shadows, midtones, and highlights, so that you're able to kind of see the difference.
I think the shading on the cloak, especially where it goes into that super deep spot, is very nice. Right in here.
How do you dirt wash on the base? You can initially add dirt to it, and then add the turf on top of it.
Yep, and turf around it.
Turf around it. But I would leave
And
areas.
they make technical paints that are basically they make mud paint.
Yep. Mud paint's really, I use that all the time. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Slap it on and you're done.
Yep, just put it on. It's got its own kind of gloss to it as well. It looks like it's wet.
Yep. Don't have to do much to it. It's fantastic to do. But if you want to get I just add sand to a PVA glue sand or Elmer's glue sand to the base, let it dry, prime it, paint it brown,
Yep.
add some extra color on top
Dry
of
brush
it.
it.
Yeah, and then add the turf around it is really what I would recommend doing.
Because the only time you're ever gonna really see a completely flat, level field is a football field.
Yep. I mean, he might be running on a football field, and we just need to have lines across it for the markers.
He could be the next big, huge QB for Blood Bowl.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. Coming in and smashing.
And if
the
it is littered
competition.
with skulls, why is there fresh grassland?
Yeah.
Unless it's an old battlefield, but then having things sticking out of the ground like weapons or something like that, and that might be a broader on a display board level.
Right.
We're not
But-
saying, we don't hate it.
Yeah.
Just saying, it's just just to step it up. It
Yeah.
can be stepped up
Yeah.
from there.
Oh wait, this is Obi's. Yeah, I hate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's terrible.
it's just the worst.
No, but in all seriousness, it's just adding in those little details to make the basing more, come to life a little bit more. Or as Quasi Alamoto on Twitch point out, having it in a bloody battlefield, like having it sprayed with a little bit of blood would actually contrast really nicely against the green, and then feel like there's a bit more detail on it that feels more natural rather than it just being grass.
Or two. Or, since, they're chaos, you can have, like, almost like you've got your normal grass tufts, but then there's also, like, burnt grass tufts.
Yeah.
So you can have that, like, behind him.
Yep. Yeah,
Like, there's a trail of burning behind him.
Yep. Once you
But
reach
still very cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
Once you reach a certain amount of evil, you just burn the grass you step on.
Yeah.
It's great. Keeps
Sure.
grass low.
I worked in Fable.
God. There's a game I haven't thought about in a long time. Miss Fable. All right. Well, thank you, Obi, for letting us harass you with your model.
Don't worry, we'll
It's
do it again.
Oh, well, there'll be
fantastic.
more
yeah.
to that we can harass later.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's more.
We'll
I've
harass
seen,
later.
there's more. I've seen it.
And then I'll harass you at WaFest while we're drinking and having a good time. Let the Wa hit the floor. Wa, Mr. Bond.
Let
Wow.
the wah flow through you.
Max Fuzzy. By the way, the best last name. Fuzzy.
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 I know someone named Batman.
Not Bateman?
No, it is Batman.
It's Batman?
It is Batman.
All right. So Max Fuzzy with the Skitari Marshall.
I'll start at the bottom. I actually really like the color of the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Compliments with the red on his pauldron and chest piece.
And they actually put it up on the boot a bit. A little bit. A boot.
A boot.
A boot.
A boot.
It's very clean. Very simple, very clean, straightforward.
Yeah.
I think that it hits all of the boxes for like having a clean, simple model. Really nice. You put this with a unit, which he actually has a unit in the case, and it looks fantastic
And
together.
this is their Marshall, so he's like,
Yeah.
I would definitely, you're putting more effort into your
Yep.
Marshalls.
If you could, I would add like decals on the cloak. Their cloaks just scream for decals, but he does have highlighting around, like the edge.
Yeah. It's very subtle.
Yeah,
At
it
least
is
from over
very
here-
subtle.
At least from here. But again, doing black, it's kind of just black.
Yep. Yeah, like this is a good run-of-the-mill tabletop quality model, and I know that I put this in the case, so I got a little bit of a better look at it, but it is just that. It looks good, especially from like tabletop quality distance. The coloring on the skull is really solid.
Yep.
That pops to me. It's nice and blended well.
Yeah, I don't have.
I mean, okay, so how would you guys suggest to improve it? Like, how do you bring it up to the next level beyond where it is right now?
For me, it's always just
It's
trying
always
to.
highlights.
Always the highlight.
It's always highlights.
Highlighting it and bringing it more toward the face,
Yep.
or the more important aspects of where you're wanting your person to
Yeah, especially, like,
focus on.
Highlighting your metals. Especially like, you get your spots up here. For guns like this, I would say I wouldn't bother
No,
drilling
I
your
wouldn't.
drilling your.
No,
I wouldn't drill the
no.
barrel on that.
Yeah, they're basically a pinprick. Mm-hmm. Even if you took like you could even just take like the tip of your X-Acto knife and just.
Yep. Do it very small. I've done that. Yeah, I think.
But I wouldn't even worry about that.
No.
Yeah, like
highlighting.
the shoulders. You have like a hard edge on the
Well, and
shoulders.
the highlight on the top of the
your
headpiece.
face. Yeah, even just like a brighter silver almost. Just hit like those, just like even just dots.
Yep. Yeah, the power of stippling makes a huge difference. And just,
A lot of practice though.
a lot of practice.
to get
but
that
yeah.
stippling right.
Yeah, just stabbing the model slightly with thin paint really makes a huge difference. But yeah, I would agree. Highlighting is definitely where it's at. Like the crown on the top, the cranial, whatever thing, the non-brushy helmet. It like you need some differences between the bottom and the underneath being one shade of copper and then the top or gold, and then the top being a bright, something that's catching the light as it's hitting it. So and then decals on the cloak, because you can use something like microsole and microset to really get decals flat on that model. So yeah, it's a good example of a great tabletop quality model.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Agreed.
awesome. Thank you, Max.
Looking good.
Thank you, Max.
Good times. All the more. Oh,
This one I kept looking
Brandon?
at. I kept looking at this one.
it's Brandon
Brandon.
with his
Oh no, that's like a different
Deathstroke.
one.
He's been working on this model for a long time. Like, I think this was at the 24-hour painting
Yes.
competition too.
It was.
Painting event.
I know he asked for some
I really like
advice
the-
and stuff
I
on
really
that.
like the color on the base. Though there's something, I guess, to be missing. I guess something to be lacking in that
Yep.
area between this brick wall and the rubble he's kind of standing on.
Yep.
Well,
It needs something.
I feel like that.
Even if it's just like a
Texture
light
base.
texture.
Yeah, texture. Something to break it apart other
Yeah.
than just flat.
Yeah, because you've got your texture like right front, but it's nothing in between that area. Yeah, so even if it was like the same kind of stuff right here.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, it even could be. I just really can't tell. It just looks very flat.
And it doesn't pop. That's what I think we're catching on, is that it just doesn't, like, even from here, it doesn't stand out.
Yep. I really like the scene. It's very.
I know.
I think almost even that brick wall could come in a little bit more.
I know he mentioned he wanted it to make it look more like a scene in a comic book.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's very cool.
He captures that extraordinarily well. Hard edges,
Yeah.
bright contrast between,
Yeah, your shadows
lights
are
and
very
shadows.
dark. Your
Yeah.
lights are very bright.
light, yeah, and the color palette for his orange and blue really stands out, really pops well.
And he also mentioned that this was one of his first times ever trying to do non-metallic metal on his swords.
nice.
I think he did a
think he did a very-
fantastic job with it.
Yep.
Yeah, because it edges, it highlights well on the edges.
Yeah, it blends well into your your differences in that shine
Yep.
going down to it.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's out of place at all either. The lighting capture feels right. I like the arrows, and then the arrows also are highlighted.
Yep.
So there's like one side that's really bright, and then one side that's really dark. So it gives that really comic book, like, at night feel. And actually, here, this is a good example for someone in the 40K community was asking me how to paint a nighttime scene, like with the moon being on one side, and this is a good example of that, where you have the moon shining in from one angle, and it's a harsh line against the dark on the other side, and so you have this like nice dichotomy between super bright and super dark, capturing that. I'm a little confused about what this pole is, though.
I think it's a light.
Oh, okay, that's a light.
I think that's what it kind of looks like, because it's blue on one side and then black on the other.
Yeah.
It's just some beam.
It
That
could
is
be
a
some
pipe
beam,
or
yeah.
beam
Yeah.
or something that's just.
It is a bit brighter though than the rest
Yeah,
of the surrounding
it does have
area.
a different blue to
Yeah.
it.
A different blue that kind of it doesn't mesh.
And I guess
same way.
a good way to maybe do that is if you were gonna add like chip it, you could try to do like edge of like silver.
Yeah.
Or you can even have some little kind of scratches in there in black to show
Right.
that it's like dented or
Like,
something.
is
like
it a
that.
pipe or is it a light? And if
Yeah.
it's a light, maybe try to make it a lighter in the center of the pole, and
Well,
that's
And then if it's a light, it should be reflecting on his back,
Right.
or on his arm, so that because it's another light source onto it, which is probably not what he wants right now, because
Right.
he has a well-defined, like, this is light, this is dark, and the
It's almost one of those things. Like
Terminus
if
between
it
them.
would be like if it's just something supposed to be sticking in the ground. It'd
Yep.
almost you'd want it to be highlighted, kind of like those arrows.
Yep,
You'd have
yeah,
that,
just like the arrows.
Nice straight white line.
it's a pull in the rubble. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yeah. Thanks
Yeah.
for jumping in and letting us know.
I would just say do a little bit of nicks on those, so like maybe a little bit of not straight silver, maybe mix it in with like some of the blue, so you can get the definition of just some of the.
Well, you can get do a non-metallic metal on that. Just a very simple.
Very simple.
Doesn't have to be much, but just enough to indicate that that is metal, because then there's no confusion about it. And you could do on one side you do the gray, kind of like you have the blades, and then the other side you just have blue, and you have a highlighted blue, and that's. I mean that's all that I would add, other than the texture on the bottom. So.
But yeah, you brought the attention back up to the face with your highlighting on the mask, on both the gray and the orange. It's not overly done on the black side of the mask to make it seem like it's more distracting on one versus the other. It's all well balanced.
Yep. Yeah, this is an awesome model, and thank you for entering a model that isn't just a 40K model into the modern. So I appreciate that. It's awesome. Well, thank you, Brandon.
Thanks, Brandon.
Very cool.
Very cool model. Very cool.
Very well done.
Yes.
Yes.
It is noon. How many more do we got in this category? Three. Oh boy.
Getting there.
We're getting there, slowly but surely. It's a big category. Sealy.
Sealy.
Yes, Sealy.
Also, hot garbage.
Straight trash. So I've played against, or I think I've played against this model actually at one point or another.
I think it says Drazar.
And Drazar. So I'm gonna start from the base up. The base looks good, but it needs more highlighting, in my opinion. Like this feels like it's been washed out a bit, and it needs a bit more direct highlighting, because there's some areas that have like a very bright contrast on it, like in some of these squares, but then it loses it in others. So I think a more direct highlight between them or integration into the just the dirt below would help.
It's spilling over the base edge.
Yep.
Terrible.
As is tradition with Sealy, the blending is really good.
Yep.
He
non-metallic metals are
non-metallic
great.
metals, or whenever he has true metallics, they're always well blended. He swore by for a long time. I think he still does. Monument Hobbies, the Pro Acryl metals are fantastic to do blending with. Do true metal work with those, it's awesome.
I have yet to fiddle with that, but at some point I would love to.
They're really fun. I need to get a better look at the red, because it kind of feels like it gets lost in some areas for it.
Yeah.
Especially against the other parts of the armor. So, but like this metal up here is nicely pops, and then against the blades as well. So, the eyes are really good. They really pop when you look at the rest of the model. The nice red against the kind of bluish gray, the bluish black that you have.
I like the transition on the horns on the mask, going all the way from the dark brown all the way to the whitish cream to the top.
Yep.
Very well blended.
Absolutely. Yeah, the biggest, and I know that he's got well-defined edges, but having some additional ones, I know that he loves to stipple and use that technique for a lot of things. I think some additional stippling to kind of highlight small edges and defects in the armor would help a lot. At this scale, it's a little bit difficult to do, just because it's a much smaller model than some. But I think that would really step it up for him, in that it would add additional detail to take a look at without taking away from the initial model, and that's just some extra stippling work. So it's not much more effort to do. So I mean, it's a fantastic model.
Yep, I completely agree.
I'm noticing this. It's just a little plain back there.
Yeah.
That's what I got. It's always interesting to see a Sealy model. You can pick him up from a mile away. He's got a style.
Yep, it is a very unique style.
Rim your base.
Clean it up a bit.
Clean up your base a bit. That'd be the biggest thing too.
Yep.
So that it well defines the model. So yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Rob, for entering. As always
a pleasure.
Always a pleasure to see, to view, to judge. the only place I drink them is here. So, Mark, you know. So I know Mark entered this in before he left for vacation, I think it was, and so he was excited to have us review it while he was gone.
I really like the color transition.
Yeah, the color
could be cleaned up a little.
It could be cleaned up, but I really like the idea of the color transition. I think the execution needs work, but the idea is fantastic.
It's not perfect in every spot.
But it tries to do something with it, and that's really cool, especially with like the base.
And it looks like it comes up on the cloak a little bit, but not on his major cloak, but not on his robes.
Yep. And I think that's kind of a loss on it too, because you want that kind of reflection almost of the multicolor. I think the metals need some additional definition. They feel a little thick in areas, a little out
of place. Like you've got very bright to also a very bright, and there's no kind of like shadow in between them.
Yep. And there's no there's
no
difference in
definition.
colors, but there's no definition between them.
Yep. And then there's this. I'm not sure what this is on his leg.
Like a lightning.
Yeah.
But it's not
over on the
not
other side.
anywhere else.
Yep. Same with the cloak. Having some differences in color and transition on the cloak would help a lot too.
It's definitely a very cool arm on.
Yeah. Like
cool idea.
This is fun.
Very bright and very vibrant. I know he's been showing me this whenever I come in, and he's just like, look at this. See, it's so different from what I normally do, and I'm like, I know it. It's looking great.
Yeah, like this on a table with other units that are also similar in style would definitely stand apart.
Yes.
Like it would stand heads above a ton of other armies, in that it would pop on the tabletop. You'd never be confused on what something is because it's gonna pop. But the execution of like the color transitions between them is good right now, but it could be cleaned up better because you have like a lot of these edges that are just you're getting the black undertone or whatever the primer is.
And it looks like you're a little thick because it looks like you're washing the inside of these runes on the top where it's very black here and it's almost looks non-existent back here.
Right. Then just some edge highlighting here and there is always good too. Especially on like some of the golds on the like backpack and the face.
I think edge highlighting is the name of the game for this one because it needs to have those extra
having some
layers
depth and some highlight.
Right.
Because the robe kind of gets lost. It doesn't. It feels the same. Same with the robe on the back or the cloak on the back. It just feels samey. It doesn't have any definition of whatever the material is or how it's supposed to lay or how the light is catching it. It feels kind of that monotone varnish kind of look too, where it's all kind of satiny and that's it. You don't have any definition between highlighting for the eye to look at. So, but I love the idea behind this model. It's definitely a unique take.
Agreed.
Yes, me.
Cool.
Yeah, it's very
Love it.
cool. I like it.
You know.
You know
that it's art.
You know.
You know. It's always the last one.
Love
Of this one.
sci-fi.
Oh, yes.
Sci-fi.
Then we're on
Single
sci-fi.
sci-fi.
Single sci-fi.
Our categories get
Hot single
markedly
sci-fi's in
smaller.
here. Yeah. Oh, James.
Also
James.
trash.
Also, just disappointing.
James.
Very different from the other Squiggers or whatever.
But it's also
this
this is also the named character, whether or not this is
okay.
also the Snakebite's character. on
Got
Square.
it. Got it. I love the gray
Gorzog,
white.
or whatever.
I love the
gray
white style. Also the purple. The purple really makes it stand out more than I think if you
It
just
does.
left
It
alone.
could be cleaned up a little.
It could be
bit.
cleaned up. Absolutely could. He does have the irritation
Detail.
though in there.
Like, even if it was just thinned down a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
it's almost too purple.
Yep. Needs to be a bit more subtle. But I am digging that he actually put in the irritation that I like to see, because it's an extra step of detail that really stands out to me.
I like the base. I'm not sure, at least from this distance, what the green is.
I think it's supposed to be spittle,
Yeah, because here's spittle off of the
Yeah.
edge here.
but if you're gonna do this,
I would put it more in the
I would
mouth,
put-
too. Like,
yeah, I would-
that
yeah.
mouth would need to have more
Even
in
if you
it.
wanted to do uhu glue from
Yeah.
there to there.
Yep, it would help kind of tie it together.
You're running along the sand. It looks like you're on the beach. Put that on your feet in crevices. Because you
Yep.
know what? Sand, it gets everywhere.
It's rough.
And
It's coarse
irritating.
rough and irritating. But yeah, like on his boots, in these little crevices, like
Yep.
the best advice that I got for making something look in world or in place or well weathered is Adam Savage said, dirty something up and then clean it.
Yep.
Try and clean it all off, because you'll never get all of it off. It'll always have something to stick, and then you can do it again and again and again, because it'll just constantly have that build up in the natural locations where you're going to get things that'll. So you can toss a weathering powder on, and then you can try and clean it off the best you can, and then you can do it again and again.
That's what I do with my knights.
That's what we both do with our knights. Throw more
Throw more weathering
powder.
powder on it.
Yeah.
No
I
one will
do
know.
think he
No one will know it's
used,
painted terribly.
I think he used more of a gloss cover inside here.
Yeah.
You can tell there's a
Yes,
little
the
bit.
teeth. The teeth could use some highlighting,
Yeah, the teeth could use some highlighting because it kind of gets lost against the other grays.
especially if you're like a shark. Sharks have like white teeth
Yeah.
almost,
Yeah.
or they've got that really nice transition from like dark to like
Light,
almost like
yep.
a nice like white creamish color.
Yep. The skin tone on the orc is really good. Actually, the tattoo is fantastic. That's really cool. In some areas, I wish that it was so like the symbol up here. It just feels dry brushed and then has an edge highlight, and that's it. It doesn't have anything more to it, and I want there to be more to it. It needs to pop a bit more, have some more color,
And like,
some
like
chipping,
you let your
something,
white,
something.
you let your wash or contrast kind
Yeah.
of sit on those edges.
Yep.
But like, why are those edges darker than the flat piece?
Yep.
If it's painted the same color.
If it's painted the same color, yeah, because light should be hitting it, unless he's got a spotlight in front and a spotlight behind. Maybe, but like
But then
the
there's no difference on the shot.
yeah, there's no
difference on the
There's no
Squickosaur.
difference, yeah.
But yes, it's very cool. The
There's a lot of little freehand on it.
Yeah.
That's really unique.
that can be cleaned up a little bit. Same with your hazard stripes
Yep.
back there.
I feel like the skulls and the bones on like the things here could be a little bit brighter too.
Yep. Something that's highlighted well is the blade. I feel like the blade is well highlighted.
But then
The
nothing else
leather,
is very
yeah.
has very much highlighting to it.
The leather is like the beginning of highlighting, but it needs more. Like this over here, it looks really cool because it has that kind of chipped, worn leather, but on the other side, it doesn't. Also, the metal on the gun gets me because it's very plain. It needs more to it.
Well, same with like the exhaust on the other side. You could do some soot texture on there.
Soot or heat damage or something. You know, add a little bit of highlight on top of it where you're layering on that extra highlight so that it pops out. Like even on the blade has it. You could water down that color and paint it on top so it's a soft transition on the sides. But you need that extra. Same with like the copper too. So it needs that extra little pop up to really like as if light is catching that edge. So I really enjoy it. Like this is a
Yeah.
good start to like the final run of that model for detail. It's just adding additional details and cleaning up some small spots, and then you have it.
Yep.
I would do something if you can to kind of fill that mold line.
Yep,
Fill and then clean down that mold line.
yep. Some milliput
Yep.
using the finger. You can really easily get, if you thin down milliput nicely, you can thin it out and then sand it, and that'll gap fill super nicely with it. I like that for gap filling more than green stuff, just because green stuff can be a little bit tacky and it's not quite structural as much. So, but that, yeah. Thank you, James. This is fantastic. Awesome stuff.
And that brings us to the end of Sci-Fi Single.
Woo! 14 miles down.
Only how many more to go? About a few.
31?
Battlefield.
31. 31 to go. Do we want to take a quick 5?
Yeah.
And then we'll be back for we'll get things staged and ready to go for the next one. So we'll be back in a bit, guys. Take it easy. Catch you in 5. And we're back! Hey!
Let's repeat that part.
Yeah, so we're
It's
looking
Ocean
at
Man.
this. This is
Ocean
Ocean Man by Max Lundin. London?
So we were just talking about the base.
Yeah, we're just talking about the base, how we think it's underwater.
But yes,
scene
it
is
does look like
underwater.
it doesn't look like it looks like the base is printed, so it's
Yes.
like,
Yep.
there's not really any kind of so like you got like kind of like that sand texture
Yep.
to it.
Yep.
Right.
Highlighting on this model is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's definitely taking into account like where the light is coming in, where the light isn't showing. The skin tone is really good. I got to look at this a lot closer, and like there's scales definitely printed, but there's also that nice highlight of like what a scale around or what the lighting on a scale looks like, where it kind of is shimmering, but then has shading in between. The eyes pop nicely and really well. The pack is blended super well. The one thing that I was like, I don't know, is this wood armor protection on the side. It needs more to it. The texture is just a little bit off from the rest of the model being so well executed. The wood just feels like it doesn't match that kind of same quality, that same kind of paint job.
It was like it's a different kind of like the wood from like the stick that is spears.
Yeah,
or something, like,
yeah. Or like the fishing pole is just a slight bit different. But like, you know, this other armor piece over here is really well highlighted and well thought out for non-metallic metal, which is cool. But like just this, it feels like not an afterthought, but just it doesn't feel like what I would expect a wood panel to look like, you know. So, and that might just be me on it, but
I agree.
it's the one thing that I picked out.
Well, you wouldn't want it to make it look dry,
Yeah.
because especially if it's based in an underwater scene, it's going to be waterlogged. So.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think that the highlighting is what gets me, because there's like
Right.
these bright lines of highlighting that don't necessarily mesh with the rest of the
Right.
wood.
Yeah, I really like the transition on the skin.
Yeah, the
It's
skin
fantastic.
is fantastic. The use of browns in there too, alongside the greens.
Well, and you can tell that the attention to detail is on the face of the model, so all the focus is there.
Yep.
And the pack is really well done and executed, along with the little blanket or sleeping bag.
Bedroll or something.
Yeah, bedroll. I think there's actually a piece of string or something that he has strung on the fishing pole, which is really cool.
A nice addition.
Yep. Yeah, this is a fantastic entry especially for 3D prints, and how far 3D printing has come in the last couple of years. Like that's insane from where it was like 3-4 years ago. So
Yeah,
it's a testament to an excellent print and a great paint job.
Yes.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you for your Ocean Man.
Ocean Man.
Ocean Man. Sea bass.
Kick his ass, Seabass. All right, so what do we got? What do we got next? Next up.
Blight Lord.
Ooh, yeah. Lord of Plagues.
Ooh, the plagues.
Plaguey boy.
Look at that slime.
Very glistening. Glistens.
Which provides a really great contrast to the rest of the model.
Yes, it does. It's just way bright. Though, so if it's gonna go all the way down, I want it to go all the way down to the base. Otherwise, it feels like it's just like in this
Slop down
area.
there.
Yeah, this area feels good, and then we go around and it's up, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's up, it's down, it's up again. So it doesn't. You know, if it's dripping from something, I need to see that it's dripping from something. If it's going from the, you know, if it's part of the basing, I need to know that it's like a pool. You know what I mean? So right now it doesn't feel flat. It feels uneven, sloping down. So you lose that kind of sense of where's it coming from? What is this slime? You know, did he drop his silly putty on the ground? I don't know. Pustules are super cool.
Edge highlighting is really
Yeah,
good.
the skin tone is very nice. It's very nice. It's very
Nerdly.
nice for what
Very
it
nice.
is.
Yeah,
It's nice for what
It's nerdly. Yeah, the skin tone's really well done. The sores look like they're sores. Looks like irritated skin.
And like the rust effects and stuff on the axe is really well done.
Yep, it's subtle. It's not overdone. The horns, I like the shading. I wish there was more to it than just, because it feels like it's just a step up from shade, or from like a simple wash or shade, and which is great, but I want a bit more brown at the bottom so that it pops more towards the top for being super bright. And it's a little consistent across them, so it doesn't have that kind of separation of like these are unique individual bones. But yeah, the edge highlighting is fantastic.
Another thing that you could always do too is using Ard coat and then put it on top of just like the pustules or like
And
the
just get a little bit of a
intestines,
glisten.
right?
Some
And to
glisten.
show a little bit of a contrast between the skin and then the innards of
Yeah.
the model.
And Brandon, we are on the fantasy category. This is fantasy single. So we have 6, I think, total entries in this one. So yeah.
We had 8.
Even like
Eight.
the
Eight.
green slime,
Seven.
the green ichor coming out.
Yeah, and even some drip off of that would be really
Plus the
cool.
one you did. Plus the one you did already.
So having something like Uhu glue or the fishing line technique or something along those lines, where you have just drips off of it, adding to that axe for the grossness, like dial it up to 11. You're playing in a Nurgle.
It's very subtle things that
Yeah.
can bring it up.
Yeah, subtle things that can really bring it up. Same with like the shininess for that little slime coming
Yeah,
out of
that's
his belly.
gluing out of him. Yep.
Yeah, you want to kind of experience that more. Is my thinking.
But it's a very, very well done piece.
Yeah, like I really think that this is well executed in subtlety. So. Yeah.
Well, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Chandler, for entering that in. It was fantastic. I like looking at it with my eyeballs.
Which is displeasing
Like-
on the eyes.
Like-
Exactly what
I
you
like-
want, though.
For
like
being
looking
Nurgle.
at it, but I don't want to look at it for terribly
Yeah.
long because oh my god, Nurgle.
I hate this. It's the best model I've ever seen. It's James again.
James,
James.
Beast Man, Beast Lord.
Beastie Boy.
He's a beastie boy. I feel like he did a really good job on his skin tones again.
Yep. The blade is a little
Me too, bro.
streaky. Yeah, it almost feels like it's just instant transition. Right? But it is consistent. That's the thing. Like, it's consistent across both blades. So it's definitely a stylistic choice rather than it just being I didn't think about it, I just did it.
More like he took a rock and just
Yeah,
scraped it
scraped
himself.
it, which actually would work really well for the model. The one thing that pops for me is the white. It feels like it's just plain white. It doesn't have any buildup. It is just flat in that way, at least from this distance. While everything else is very starkly contrasted for highlighting, because there's definite like heavy metal style of this is a definition between super highlight and super contrast.
I noticed on his on the leg protective thing on this side that he actually has like the chips and dings and stuff with the silver accented with the silver, which is really nice.
Yeah, that's super cool. He did well in color choices too, because the red contrasts against the bluish green, but it melds nicely so that it doesn't feel like one's overpowering the other. It's both in that. This is a nicely executed muted model, because you have a nice amount between the highlights and the low lights that complement and contrast each other without being overpowering towards each other. This almost has that kind of Diablo-esque muted tone to it that you could have pulled right from that video game and been fine. He's got tufts.
Maybe
He's got tufts, yeah.
he could add a little bit more distress on the leather strap on the back.
Yep. Yeah, I think the leather on this, in addition to his other leather too, it on the rider, it needs to have that distressed look. It needs to have more definition on leather, and I think that's a difficult thing to kind of get your brain into
It is.
as well. Because you're like, oh, it should just be brown, but you can add like browns and creams and reds and blues even into it to kind of give that distressed look. Yeah, it's a super well done model.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. I see. Well, thank you, James, for entering that model. Fantastic. As opposed to the Nurgle model, I was not uncomfortable looking at it. So.
Unless you were looking at the head that it was on the back side of him, then maybe it'd be a little bit uncomfortable.
Maybe a little uncomfortable. A little uncomfy?
Yeah, a little, but
Little.
you know, Nurgle.
It's Nurgly. Nurgly.
Here.
Austin. With the Ogroid.
Myrmidon, I believe.
Yeah,
Great
Myrmidon. These have always been an interesting model to... I think it's a good case study of, like, skin tones.
Which... It's very flat.
Yeah, this
The
one is
skin
very
tone.
flat, especially as opposed to the other model, which was more monochrome. This has a lot of variation, but the skin tone is very flat.
Yeah. There's no definition in muscle.
Yeah.
His secondary horns don't look like they're finished. Like these ones behind.
The same color as his skin.
Yep.
And it's a very hard transition for like his tufts of hair.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't blend into the rest of the model. It's very stark in that way. It's very smooth skin,
Yeah.
but it doesn't have any additional definition, especially for the highlights to the lowlights. I'm going to grab it really quick. So it does have shading underneath.
It's got some purple undertone to it.
Purple undertones, but it doesn't have much more than that, and it doesn't escape from the hard shadows more than that. So it.
I do like the contrast of the base though to the skin.
Yes.
The contrast of the brown tan, yeah, it's fantastic to that.
Which, in addition, you could always just again add texturing powders to like the hooves around the feet to make it sell it even more that it's in that environment.
Yep. The shield needs more. It's not like I don't want it to be brighter necessarily, but it needs more detail or more definition on the shield itself.
Well, and you
I
can
have to
see
agree,
the
it's very. Let's same with the spear as well.
Yeah.
yeah, you can see the nicks and stuff on the shield, but it emphasized those nicks and cracks.
Yep.
Like there's a nick right there that's not really highlighted right there.
Yeah, this one more so than the other one. That one definitely
it's
has
gonna
no
catch more
highlighting.
light.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be brighter all around the edges on it. Yeah, it's just enough for tabletop, but it doesn't have that extra step to become that kind of towards display quality model. Everything kind of feels like it's base coated as a start, and then that's kind of where it stops. So it needs that extra additional definition for muscles. It needs that more blending between the hard shadow and the brightest brights, that kind of thing. Additional highlights and detail on like the horns. So,
Or even doing it edge highlighting on the arm
Yeah.
band
yeah, exactly. Something like that would really help.
and distress on the leather.
Yep. Just a couple extra steps on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
Most
is
parts.
There's a little bit.
some, but yeah, but once you get to this front,
Yeah.
it doesn't have hardly any. So, yeah, I think this is a good starting point for a display level quality. But yeah. Well, thank you, Austin. Fantastic. I hope that feedback helps a bit. I liked looking at it.
Yeah. It's pretty.
Let me tell you though, a lot of the models that have been entered in today, though, I've really enjoyed looking at overall.
Yes.
It's been a good entry set. Who do we got next? Adam. Oops. Adam with the Wind Charger. The Wind Who's It? The horsey boy.
The gazelle horsey.
The gazelle horsey. Handsy.
A little overwashed.
Yeah.
On the,
On the legs.
On the
On
legs.
the legs, yep. Yeah, the skin tone on it just has a lot of wash, and then it's like in this calf area, it has a nice definition, But this is a nice definition, but the rest of it just has that extra little pooled bit. It needs to
Almost
get
want
cleaned
to,
up.
almost want to come back up with your original color.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the white is well executed. It feels like the white isn't overdone. It's not just white. It's kind of a grayish cream. And it plays nicely against the yellowish tan of the rest of it. But it just feels like it's got the nice base coats and it's been washed lightly, and that's where it was set. It needs some extra highlights. It needs to be brought back up.
Basing's good. Tufts.
Basing's good. It has a lot of detail. We joke that Tufts win events, but it's like this one actually has some nice detail. It diffuses where the model sits.
Well, and it's not just the same tufts either.
Yeah.
There's variation.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Something I did not notice: the toe beans and pads. They're the same color as the leg.
Gotta paint your beans.
And toe beans, you gotta be able to boop them.
Yep.
Not a very boopable toe bean.
No. Melds into the rest of the skin. But I like where this is going. I like where this is at.
It feels like the like the gold, even like the bow itself could use some definition.
Yep. Yeah, because it just kind of feels like a gray, very simple gray.
Just like even just an edge highlight on this side of the bow, and the top of the curly Q.
Yeah, to add that extra little bit. It's definitely again, this is just a great place to be to start, and then you can improve upon.
Right.
So you would hate to hit the end and be like, oh, that's it, and then you have nowhere to go, and you're like, well, it doesn't look what I want it to. I think this is a good starting point to then build on.
Well, and especially if like I were to be playing this whole army and they were all painted like this, I'd be happy to play against that.
I'd be thrilled to play against that. So awesome.
Thank you,
Well
Adam.
done, Adam.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you, Adam. Appreciate it.
Shtick.
Shtick.
You gotta watch those TikToks. Just pick up just something tiny, just like
Oh, Rob Seeley.
It's a Sealy special.
it's trash.
Throw it out. Oh, goodness.
It's trash.
It's trash. Straight trash.
Chaos Knight.
It's Rob Seeley's.
The hooves and the basing need to match.
Yeah, like there's no
snow or wet, like slush that have splashed up onto the fur on the back or on the hooves themselves. They're very clean, and there's a brown on one of them, but it doesn't match like where it stands. It's on the front
Yeah,
here.
it's that one.
Yeah.
It's from the basing,
Yep.
from him doing the texture paste.
Yep. The blending is fantastic, as is the non-metallics. It's well executed. They might not even be. I think they are non-metallics, but
the hooves.
no. The rest of it, like this, it might be metallic. It's been dulled down.
Oh no, it's definitely not. It's all kind of browns and creams and
Is bluish blacks for painting black armor. I think this is one of the better techniques to do so as well. Rob and I have a special love in our heart for wow, just lost it.
non-metallics.
No, dark sea blue
Okay.
from Vallejo. It's what gives you this nice like almost teal, dark, very dark tone, and it's a great place to play alongside purple to make black armor.
Okay.
And it just looks fantastic whenever you play with it, or paint it onto something.
The blending on that horn is a little off on one side
Yep.
in comparison to the rest of the model.
Yeah. There's actually a seam line going down the shoulder pad
Yeah,
too.
I noticed that too.
And actually one right here as well for between the reins to the horse.
Oh, yep, I see it now.
But like this front horn looks fantastic. It's well executed for the like the color and definition for the front area to kind of pull you into the rest of the model. Though there isn't a lot here that pulls you to the rider.
Right.
I get pulled to the shield into like the back quarter, but then that's
Yeah,
it.
those are the most like kind of like heavily kind of dark to light details.
Yeah. There's not a lot of definition on this like cloth that he's sitting on too. It's just kind of flat black. It doesn't have a lot more to it than that. I want more with the hooks too to make them pop. Kind of pop from the front, but from the side and back it doesn't really do anything for it, which is a bummer because it needs to.
You don't need much. Just a little
just
bit.
a touch. So same with that like the hand shield that he has on the one side. It doesn't have a lot of definition to it. It's got an edge highlight, and then that's about it. And then some back blending back here, but that's it needs to have a bit more. So if there's anything which is going to sound weird for Rob to take away from it is pay attention to your highlighting.
Yeah.
Odd statement to make for the rest of the model because some areas are fantastically highlighted and others need more. So, but yeah, it's a cool model, well executed.
I get a lot of Wrath of the Lich King kind of vibes.
It does. It's got a little bit of that. I like the mute. This is another example of a muted tone for a model that doesn't. It still plays with highlights, darks, shadows, without it feeling like it's just overwashed and then kind of just set back entirely. So I like it though. And then again, Rob with skulls. He always does a good job highlighting his skulls with a kind of a cold cream. So
Very cool.
yeah, I like it.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you for letting us judge your stuff.
All the stuff. All the things.
He just needs to post on Discord more.
Yes.
It's the one thing that I bombed. People are like, look at this model that I painted. I'm like, frickin' Rob, you gotta post this somewhere, man.
Last
Awesome.
one for Fantasy Single.
The Iron Guard.
Ooh.
Patrick.
So Patrick came in and he was unsure if he wanted to put this one in or his anger on. And I said, why not both? So, both it is.
Woohoo!
This has just a ton of different color though. It is got like saturation all over the place for different tones, but it works well. But there's a lot of contrast between like the red and green and purple and blue, and it's just kind of, you know, and the gold and whatever else. So it definitely has like all these colors that contrast apart from each other, but it works well because it's kind of garishly thrown together, if that makes sense.
Base could use some work.
This could use some work. Doing more than just the
Kind of like a brown and then some snow powder over it.
yeah, giving some definition to the snow more than just what it is.
And getting it like underneath the feet.
Yeah. Yep.
It's just kind of like an empty area where the model is actually standing on the base.
Yep. Don't be afraid to use like Elmer's glue or PVA glue and using a brush to brush it on, especially in those underneath areas, because it will help. You know, you can even water it down a bit and then sprinkle stuff on top and it'll stick. So
this is something that I'm gonna have to take a look at closer. It just seems like this almost looks like chainmail, but it's like the consistency of that with the other chains just doesn't quite match up in my eyes. But I don't know if that's just scales or if it's just chainmail. So
it looks like chainmail.
because I really like how the chainmail looks on this part,
Yeah.
but it loses it down with the other
The
chains
actual
below.
chains.
Yeah.
Same with like this shoulder piece right here. It's blue, but it needs either highlighting or shadows added to it to really pop, to really make it stand out as a shoulder piece. Like even this front bit has that, but this needs more of it. I do like the red eyes though, that help kind of define it in its place. The green on the armor is really cool. I really enjoy that. I wish that these front hoof areas were a bit more highlighted, like some of the armor paneling closer to the guy, or on the guy.
Highlighting.
Yep. Yep.
Bone, claws, teeth.
Yep.
Well, and you mentioned edge highlighting for this is a bright stark green for the rider, but maybe doing like a bright green on some of the other green of this
Yeah.
steed would kind of help bring it all together.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. Yeah. Yeah, it's a fantastic addition. I'm excited to see where you go with it. I know that he expressed that he was a fairly new painter.
Yeah.
So
That's
like,
great.
this is a great place to be.
Yes.
With good tabletop.
Yep. Yep. Experimenting and trying new things. So
And that's the best way to learn is just trying new things and just try to push yourself even further every model that you paint.
yep. Breaking it even more. It never fails when you're like, man, this looks horrible. And then you bring it out, and after a little while, you're like, it ain't bad. It's not bad. You know, I can do better next time. So, yeah, keep improving, and I'm excited to see where he goes.
Yeah, for sure.
So, we'll review another model from him later, and I think that it's a definite step up for him. So,
Awesome.
awesome.
Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you, Patrick. So
That's fantasy single.
that's fantasy single.
Woo!
Ooh, we did it. We're gonna take a break. I don't know, 15 half hour. Grab some lunch here. We're all hungry, and then we'll be back with more categories with unit,
With our unit category.
an absolute unit,
Absolute unit.
and go from there. So hang tight, guys. We'll be right back. Judges. We're back.
Hey,
You can hear us now.
We're full of pizza.
We're full of pizza and love.
Cam's dead.
Cam's dead.
No.
Well, they can't see the model. They can see
Yeah,
us.
They can see us.
Hello.
Hello. Chris, what do we pay you for?
You don't pay me. Hey, you guys are getting paid?
Just get paid? What's that like?
Okay, I think I'm.
All right, folks, we're back.
With even more technical difficulties.
Even more technical difficulties. Yeah, it is part of the process.
I get this thing up.
Yeah, unscrew this,
Okay.
and then it'll.
Should slide forward or back.
Yeah. Here, hold on to the camera.
Okay.
Unscrew.
Because we don't want it to
Oh,
fall.
it pops off.
I
Yeah.
can grab the battery.
Here, I'll hold on.
Battery.
Okay,
I
sorry.
got a cable. Anyway, so we're looking at unit next, and then after unit we're going to
Vehicle Monster.
Vehicle Monster, and then Titanic,
And then we'll be doing
and then we'll be doing open, and then we'll be judging. We'll be,
actually
we'll be
judge you.
picking out the judging ones. So hope you guys have been enjoying the what did he call it? The sizzle reel of all the pictures. Those have been courtesy of Chris, who's running all the social media and all the media stuff. He's doing fantastic work, even within the last 24 hours, less than that, like 12. And honestly, it looks fantastic. So I'm excited for what's to come on that. If your model isn't in there, we apologize. That's just because everything came in rapid fashion last night, as is tradition here at the Dwarven Axe. So
If it is in there, we also apologize.
yeah, if it is in there, we apologize. I know that Chris was saying that he's got to work on some lighting and whatever else. But hey, you know what? Pictures are better than nothing. So at least you guys aren't looking at nothing. So all right, cord's right here. We got a camera.
Maybe.
Maybe, potentially. Yeah, untighten that and have it at the.
Alright.
All right. Yeah, let us know if it's back up and running. But
Give me a couple seconds.
Yep. No, good.
Sorry, holding stuff up.
So
No, you're
how's,
fine.
So how's everybody's Saturday been? Enjoying the stream so far?
yeah, hopefully you guys are having fun. We're having fun.
Always having fun.
We always have fun here at the Forge.
Chatting about 10th edition coming out here.
Yeah. It
Next
should be
couple
fun
months.
for 40K. So
Oh yeah, talking about tank shock.
yeah, take shot. It's definitely exciting me to start painting and playing again. So I may paint another Knight Army,
Like a different color.
a different maybe. I don't
Not,
know.
A different shade of
Nordic
plaid.
Not Nordic theme.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
Norse
Norse-ish.
A different shade of plaid.
Or
Yeah.
different color of plaid.
Hey, look, I'm good at one thing and one thing only. It's plaid.
It's because none of us tried to paint plaid.
Everybody's like, how'd you do that? It's like it took way less time than you think.
Actually, I gotta pick your brain after we're done with this. I want to do a plaid punk skirt on a couple of my Escher gangers.
Oh,
Gonna
that'd be
need a
cool.
tutorial on
Okay,
that, or
yeah.
crash course.
Yeah, I love it. All right, so what do we got next up? We got unit.
Yes.
These are the absolute units. Oh yeah, and we confirmed that the camera's working again. Hi, right?
Yeah, it's working. I just got it. Perfect.
Nice.
Nice.
This is also from OB based on the color.
Yep. He posted these up on a Discord on the. We're also going to be working with Chris on the Dwarven Axe Discord server to see if we can try and get that underway.
I'm gonna take a little.
And John Obi posted these on that Discord, and I gotta say, they just sang. They were so cool when he posted them up. They just they got that saturated look to them. I actually think that these are better than his Chaos Lord, if I'm being honest. They have a lot more saturation to them that pops in a really good way. Specifically with like the fire. I got a pokey stick. The fire here is really cool. Kind of just really sets it apart.
Trying to get an eye on these gun barrels.
I think I see a couple that are drilled,
Yeah,
but that
that
plasma
one-
is
that one's
definitely not.
drilled. That one's drilled. Yeah, the plasma wasn't, but that one's drilled.
It's
too.
paint. It is painted though. There
Yes.
is that at least.
Yeah, the flame looks really awesome on that sword.
Yep. He's got good definition on like that cloth. He's got decals. The shoulders that have the Eye of Horus have the eye painted really well. the things that pop to me, the cloth definitely stands apart. I think his leather could be a little bit more defined, but that seems to be a theme recently. Is leathers just need to be more defined than what they are, and that's something that I'm taking away even from my own painting, is that leather belts and pouches and things, you're like, oh, I'll just slap down a couple colors and be fine, maybe a little bit of highlighting, but you really do like adding those extra little scratches and textures to it make it stand apart from everything else.
I know that you mentioned that when I showed you some of the orcs I've been working on, you were like, these bags look like actual like leather bags.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also kind of that definition, like kind of like that going forward. You're going for, I'm going to be playing with these models all the time, or I'm going to just be displaying these models, or
Right.
competitioning these models.
Yep, exactly. This skull shoulder pad
so good.
is super good. It's well defined. It has shadows, highlights.
Yeah, I mean, I
everything
like
about it just
all of
pops.
the skulls.
Yeah. I think that the head on this guy needs a bit more highlight.
It's just a little dark.
It's a little dark, as opposed to like this guy who has more highlights, or his Chaos Lord, which has a lot of highlights. So,
I would agree.
yeah, I like it. The color palette, excellent,
Yep.
awesome, works well.
Yeah, just like the Lord, it's very nice.
Yep.
It's just the bases just seem a little off for
Yep.
me, though.
Yep. It needs a little more with the base. I think that
And even possibly like an undercolor. I'm not. Is there? I can't tell. Is there a color? I guess underneath this grass.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
It's kind of hard to tell with the static grass.
don't-
I don't think it
Like
does.
if there's
I don't
putting a
think it
color
does.
underneath the grass, so there's something.
Yep. Something that wherever you're
Yeah,
looking,
even like a
doesn't just look
brown.
black,
Yeah, even a dark brown, dark or kind of a medium tone brown.
Yep. Yep. Exactly. And I think that that's just continuation to the rest of the force. Is just having something else to the basing that just makes it pop. To the other Chris, his comment, which was blood.
Yeah.
A nice red against green would
especially-
just pop.
Yeah, especially with like the green on green, they kind of blend a little bit.
Yep. So, yeah, I
Well,
love it.
yeah,
Yeah,
It's
it is
fantastic.
it is a
wonderful.
very fan.
Wonderful unit.
Yeah. So thank you, Obi.
Good job, Obi.
Yeah, man. I hope that I'm facing these at Wafaz.
Can't you challenge?
I am. I have all three of my games called out
Oh,
already.
I challenge you.
Basically, yeah, I got yelled at last year, and I got yelled at this year. So it's what happens.
These will take a little longer to set up.
Yeah. All the fun. All the funs of units.
Yeah, Obi threw his gauntlet at my face. Marv did, and then Eric stock. All three. So next time that you have an army, you got to come up to Wafaz because it is the
Whenever I do
the
get
time.
Whenever I do get an army, all ready and situated.
Yep.
Sideways.
Matt Gilbert as the Ethereal Stern. Yeah, so this is the non. Push this out just a hair. Ugh.
so yes, the not converted. Well,
Yeah, the
semi-converted.
Yeah, the dude walking on the walls.
Yeah.
Why is this
Not focusing.
Well, I can't get the ball socket to cooperate again.
Oh.
I have to just get kind of creative with this. Hold on. I think we might have something that'll work.
Okay. Much the same as the overly washed.
Yep.
It's got the
It's maybe just a little too much. If we're looking at the person walking on the wall here, there's like a little too much on that bottom leg compared to that top leg.
Yep. And like on the diamonds as well, same thing. Like the colors are all there and well defined, and that's awesome, but it's just muddied. There's no shadows or highlights on them. It's just kind of one ubiquitous color.
Yep.
The colors are well defined though. I don't feel like there's a lot of
Yeah.
loss in some areas.
We like the like So this wiring here for this electrical feed,
Yep.
it's kind of circling around them. I think it's a very nice touch.
Yeah, that is a very cool touch.
Highlighting could be a little bit better too, but I think that
Yep.
kind of goes with it being a little bit overwashed.
Yep.
I think we can kind of tell now you can kind of tell like what about this base, because that's like the base it comes with compared to the last one.
Right.
Yeah, where this
Like how much of that extra that was on the front is built.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. And looking at this, knowing that the other one is
Has
built
more to
up,
it,
yeah,
yep.
yeah. So I think that putting your models in the scene they're supposed to be in helps define it. So even more than
But looking at it like as a unit, you would kind of want them to be like they are separate characters, but they're also in like their own separate scenes.
yes,
So you'd kind of want to go back, like put them if they're going to be as a unit, making them as if they're kind of in the same scene together.
yeah. Yep, having elements between the two basing to
Yeah.
feel similar.
Because your basing is just completely different colors.
Yep. Yeah, this one's a darker gray, this one's a lighter gray, this one's got metal, that one doesn't, you know.
I haven't
so-
like the attempt at the non-metallic metals on his sword.
Yes. Yeah, I noticed that too, that it really does look like they tried to give like a sheen on a side.
Yeah, they try and do that kind of that opposite.
Yep.
Going down.
Yeah, and that's something that I think should be called out and recognized as trying something new, and that's fantastic. I would like to see more highlighting on the cloak, on the sister in general, but the cloak
Yep.
specifically. The cloak is a big part of the model. So
Showing that dynamic flow of
Yeah.
her cape.
there's a lot of movement in this in the pair.
Yes.
So playing with light in that can be very beneficial to enhance that movement, that flow. So, and then also the face, having on the skin tone specifically, having some extra color that will make it pop, because you're going to want to be drawn to the face. Like for him, her, the chest areas where I'm kind of instantly drawn, other than the wall. And that seems to be highlighted well, but for her, the cloak and the face are more darkened, so I'm not sure where my eye is supposed to be on the model. So yeah,
Kind of gets lost.
yeah, gets lost a bit, but yeah, very cool.
Walking on the wall is a little distracting.
He's walking on the wall though.
Yeah.
He's a badass.
But if he's wouldn't you be running on a wall?
Thank you.
He's
Matt.
elder. He's taking his time.
It's a cool concept.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. Keep experimenting with it. I like it. Battery pack for you.
Yay. I like battery.
Keep it secret.
Got the juice.
It's got the juice. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
The dangly chain.
Got some
Yay.
blade guard.
The actual dangly chain.
The dangly chain of justice.
What is on the cloth?
Justice.
Is it just a cloth?
This is
Kyle.
This is Kyle.
Kyle. Sons of the Phoenix.
So I'm always a fan of quartered colors, especially on that shield, because being a Nova Marine player myself.
Well, and what I like for Sons of the Phoenix is they only have the one arm. The
Okay.
One arm and shoulder pad, and then I love the quartered on that. But their typical is like white or a cream, and then it's a purple magenta on one arm. And I think that this is well executed. It looks cool. It blocked in the colors.
Yeah, I think the models are very nice. Your bases are very lackluster. Like
I don't even think
it looks like they're just
based.
washed.
They're just
I think,
washed.
I think they're just washed.
Yeah, with whatever wash that they had used on it.
Yeah.
Paint your rims.
Yep.
Yep.
Highlights, even if it's just back to your original color before your wash, all around the entire thing.
Yep. Yep. Because the white has a nice definition to it
Yeah.
for it being washed, but it needs more to it. Even a simple edge highlight would make this pop way higher than where it's at right now. you know, this isn't quite as washed out as some other models that we've seen today, but it also still has the quality of it being.
We do appreciate your
Yep.
your dangly chain.
Your dangly chains.
Dang chain.
And all of them, I want to say all of them have one. Pull this guy out.
Might just have some chain to him, or it's just not dangly.
This guy has a
It's-
chain that's dangly.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just not.
It's not a
That
large
one's
chain.
attached. So, I love the dangly chains. I made
I'm
an
wondering
entire.
if that dangly chain is not supposed to be dangly. It's supposed to be attached to something.
See, but I really like the dynamicness of a dangly chain.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that, it's a nice effect no matter how you cut it.
Like if it's supposed to be attached to their hand or
Oh
something.
yeah,
Like,
yep. Yep. I
like Black
that.
Templars.
Yeah, like Black Templars. I think just highlights. In this case, a lot of this is just it comes down to highlights. Like the colors are well placed, the execution on details are nice.
Painting your eyes.
Painting your eyes, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
there's
yeah,
nothing-
There's nothing for eyes, yeah. So.
And then
Even
maybe,
like a contrasty color too. Like I'd almost do like a greenish.
Yep. Something
That
pops.
stands out.
Blue. Even a blue would
Yep.
work. Although
And some
I'm-
definition. Yeah. Basically,
Yep.
it's highlights. It's highlights everywhere.
I'm
Like your
bummed that-
weapons. It's
especially like on the edge highlighting on,
Yeah,
on the
on
cloth
that.
versus the sword, it almost looks the same.
I am bummed that one is quartered and then the other ones are not quartered.
he's a sergeant.
Oh, what does he think he's special or something?
Yeah. He's the sergeant.
He's the sergeant.
I guess the question is his shoulder plate any different than the others as well? Yeah, he's got the
He's got the juice.
Well, they all have the little.
Well, yeah, they all got the plate, but he's got the purity seals as well.
No.
So these aren't the normal box ones. These are the ones that you can actually customize. Like a very static pose.
Yep. It's a very cool kit.
Not push fit.
I'm actually putting together 3 of these right now, and so they're a really cool kit. So.
Looks like
cool.
a really fun kit to work with.
Highlights
Absolutely.
and bases.
Yep. Highlights and basing.
Yep.
Great place to be.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, they look
Good
great.
job, Kyle.
Yeah. Thank you, Kyle.
And I'm sure they look even better with the rest of your army.
Yes. It is a bummer that I think it's the one thing that Knights players get spoiled by is that every single model has to be like its own beautification of an individual.
Yeah.
And when you get others in other parts of an army and you take like a unit out and then enter it into something, you lose that cohesive nature that you get with like individuals.
No, just put the whole plate.
Just put the whole plate on.
Put the whole plate.
Yep.
The whole plate.
That's just easier.
Then we can we'll post it that we want plates.
Look at it go.
Look at that.
There we go.
So this is that Warcry team.
Yeah, the Iron Golems. Right away, the green pops.
Yep.
I mean, the green just instantly jumps out.
I feel like it could be. It's very very highlighted. I feel like it could be toned down in certain areas, like put some like rust on there or some dirt
Yep.
or even anything.
Scratches or something
Yeah.
like that.
Well, especially like in the feet.
Something in the
Yeah.
recesses kind of make it just get a little dirt to it.
The
Like
skin.
it's very clean. It's too clean.
Yeah.
The skin's also overly washed.
Yeah, and it's not defined. And I think that was where
you can
my
definitely
thought was
come-
going to.
And like I'll say like I've said on everyone's, go back with your original skin tone after you wash or go back with something your original color after washing it.
You'll be amazed, even if you water it down or
Even
water
if it
down
might
to
look the same too.
Yeah, it'll define it better.
Yep.
But yeah, that's instantly where my eye goes to, is that the skin is just washed and then that's it. It doesn't have anything additional to it. The metals are all consistent though.
Yep.
They could use some extra highlighting, some extra detail to them.
Even some glows
Yeah.
to them. Some of them look like they're kind of weathered or kind of washed some, and in some areas they don't look like they are.
No. Yeah, it's just some of the, like the bigger guys stuff. I want some more, some different colors in there so that there's a little bit more of differentiation of weapons, because a lot of the other ones have like coppers and bronzes on them, and his just don't. And
I like basing is consistent.
yep, basing's consistent. I like the different colors of grass, and then the ground tube beneath it, so you have they feel like they're in the same environment at the same time.
Yep.
Yes, I would agree.
Any additional thoughts? No?
No.
No? I like it.
I think it's really good.
I think that this is another example of a place where you're starting out and you have a really good ramp up to high end.
Yeah, and it's just pushing yourself further and trying new things and seeing where you can take it from there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I would say, like, as a team, like, making them also semi-unique, but also together, because these are these 7 guys, or these 8 guys, and they're always going to be like that together. Like, they are a team, you're always playing them as that team.
Yeah. Yeah, having some unique flair to them, adding in small bits of color, nothing that's major or secondary even, but like maybe one has a handkerchief or a ribbon or something, or likes to have a streak of yellow on one of the shoulder pads, something like that, where you can have some differentiation.
And also, like, maybe even a slight differentiation in your skin tones.
Yeah.
So they are all that same color.
Mm-hmm.
Like, someone could be a little more tan or a little less tan.
Yeah. A little more, dwarves being a little bit ruddier of a color is not going to hurt you. And having someone that's more albino, if you want the challenge of a dark skin tone, you could try that too, because that can be a very good challenge to have. Yeah, I think it's got the bones of something really awesome started out.
I agree.
So cool.
Well, thank you, Adam.
Good job, Adam.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, that was fantastic.
Who do I think it is? No. I thought it was.
Oh,
Thought it was that other trash.
we got a lot of trash.
James,
No,
James.
It's very particular trash.
Yeah.
the Wolfen.
Ethan.
Just these, I think.
I'm a good sucker for
Some Wolfen.
some space wolves. Warped space wolves that are just angies.
They're so angry. Look at them.
I definitely think your frost weapons are
Yep.
very solid.
Frost weapons are really good. I think the hammer stands out for me most.
It's a little dark in certain
Yeah.
places too.
Yep. So it adds that contrast. Same with his claws. They do it as well. Classical space wolf colors.
Yep.
And you executed on that really well. The basing is unique. It definitely feels like a frost world or an ice world that they're running on.
I like that they're not one model has the exact same color. Like, they all have different hair colors. So you have like
Yep.
an orange, you have a white, you have a yellow, and black,
Yes.
brown. They're
That's-
not all orange. They're not all blonde. They're multi different colors.
And also the fur is slightly different too. So there's not even just the same hair, but different fur as well, which adds to the unit code. So here, as from the previous one, the previous unit felt too similar. And this is a good example of having it kind of somewhat dissimilar without it being completely different. There's small, unique changes to each without it being a completely different model.
I agree.
I think you could have done a little bit better on the shields, had a little bit more color. It feels like there's some of the black showing through from the undercoat in some areas. Same with the metal. The metal,
Yeah, you just
the metal
use a
needs a little
little-
bit of clean up.
Or could even use the little, like, more definition to it, so it's kind of flat.
Yes, absolutely.
I will also mention, just a little highlight, the wolf cloak on the back of it, or on the front, is different on the back, but that's because it's tanned. You can
Yep.
tell it's tanned.
Yep.
Which I think is an amazing addition.
Yes.
Paying attention to detail of the model.
Yep. Oh, by the way, looks like Liam has joined us. Hi, Liam.
Hi, Liam.
We judged your model, so you're gonna have to rewind for a little bit to get to that. And Zoe, we're on unit now. You missed us stuffing our faces with pizza and going through fantasy.
Yep.
So that's where
Fantasy
we're at.
singles.
Fantasy singles, and we're almost done with unit right now.
Yep.
James, it's like this is just small details I think that could use a little bit of cleanup, and you've got a really well defined army. The skulls too, the bone. The bone is just a little too washed out. It needs that extra level of highlight. You already have some of it, but it needs more. But overall, like quality of model that I like.
I like their uniqueness, but they're together.
Yep.
Like everything matches, even though they have their own uniqueness,
Yep.
which is really good.
I dig it.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep. Thanks, James.
Thank you, James.
Again.
Thanks, James.
As always, I appreciate you. He was like, I entered things in, and I mentioned him like I saw,
I know.
because I looked at the sheet to see at home, see who had entered things in. And I was like, oh, James entered in a smattering of things. Cool. And he's like, no, I'm not sure if that's good or bad.
Little A, little B.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Bit of both.
Yeah, James is if memory serves, he's a commission artist too.
Yes.
Yep.
So he does an excellent job on his models and then his clients.
I know he actually got to go to, I think was
Warhammer World.
Yeah, he said there was not enough time.
Yep.
You know, he was like, oh yeah, I'll schedule out enough time to go through this hall and it'll be not a problem. And he's like, yeah, so we hit closing time and they kicked us out, you know, before we even saw most of it. I'm like, jeez.
Yeah.
Rob
C.
Rob
You want to
Seeley's.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's spread out a
Botan.
little bit.
Okay, yeah.
Just pulling him out a bit.
Yeah.
He's a thick boys.
The thickest of boys.
Sir Thickums. All right, switching over to the model.
Yeah.
Model display here. I don't know if you can see it in the camera, but there's
Very
a
minute. chipping.
very minor scratches and chipping.
Yeah.
I think that these are a good example of nice weathering on a model as it's built in, rather than it being kind of an afterthought. Even I've painted in that way, where it's kind of an afterthought. The dusty boots
Yep.
are really fun. I like that. I wish that it was more consistent on the boots. It feels like some areas are really dusty, and then other ones are really not. There's not a lot of consistency between them, or even from foot to foot, because this one's completely missing, it feels like.
I'm really impressed with the sword
Your
sword blades.
the blending.
Yeah, the blending on the swords.
is Very nice.
I do feel like there could be a little bit of extra definition on the edges to give that extra bit of highlighting the swords in the middle to show that the swords are there, rather than kind of getting lost on the sides. The glow effect on the weapons feels a little lost. It doesn't quite have the same punch that some of the other OSL items that we've seen do. So it like this one especially feels like it just kind of got thrown in and then left alone. Like not a lot happened beyond that contrast or that wash stage. But it is more consistent across all of them, so it might just be a stylistic choice. So.
Right. I feel like there could be not much more highlighting, but a little bit more highlighting on the back.
Yep, on the guns.
On the guns and the shoulders. On the shoulders.
Definitely
Not
definitely a bit muted.
Yeah, definitely
compared to
a bit
the
muted,
the gray.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the gray is a beautiful color, and then you
Yeah.
get like nice definition for the armor panels, and then you hop back to the gun, and it's like it's kind of lost. Doesn't really have anything to it. The decal work is fantastic. Love that. He's drilled out the barrels.
Yep.
At least
At
every
least on
single
both
one.
both
Yep.
sets of guns.
Yep.
So that's
So,
always a solid
yep,
choice.
so that feels good. I like that there's different skin tones. So there's a smattering of different colors, of from a ruddy to a light to a dark. So you get kind of a full gambit of feel. The metallics in this one feel really good. I like that. So,
All right.
yeah, I think this is just a really solid. Like if this was on the table, it'd feel very good to look at. Maybe some work on the pipes. They feel just a little bit flat black, but I think that getting closer would be more beneficial for that. So I'm not always mean to you, Zoe. That's not fair. I mean to you most times. There's a difference.
It comes from a place of love, though.
Yeah. Most of the time. Shh, do better. No. I miss you, Zoe. Anyway, Rob, fantastic. Anybody else have any additional thoughts or comments on it? Yeah, I fantastic work as always. 100% of the time, it's never true. Only most of the time. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Only some of the time, most of the time.
Most of the time. 100% of the time, it works every time.
One more?
One more?
One more in the units.
One more?
Absolutely.
Absolute units.
Absolute units.
It happens. Just a reminder for everyone that's watching right now, at the end we will have a feedback form. Please fill it out if you are able, because we would love to get some feedback, good or bad. Even if it's like, hey, keep it up, or I hated everything about this. I'd love to hear your feedback. I know we all would, so that we can always improve and make this better.
Max.
That's my throw out for that.
Yeah. We appreciate it, and we do read through all the feedback and communicate what needs to be fixed, what was gone good, what's gone bad.
Yep.
And all the good, bad, and the ugly.
Good, bad, and the ugly. That's all you can do.
See, this definitely different from the Marshall, because you can see like he does have decals on the cloak.
Yes, he does. He does have decals, and they do fade out where it's kind of worn. This one's a little worn out. I wish that it had less of the highlighting, or less of the shadow on it.
Yeah, basing is very consistent. Mm-hmm. Just like the Marshall, looks very, very clean.
Yep. Yeah, all the models feel very clean.
Yep.
So, and this goes back to the Marshall, but I think highlighting is the big one for this. Is that this is an excellent point from which to jump in highlighting. Getting some brighter reds, getting
something on your
grays,
cloaks,
yeah.
Bringing the attention up to the face of the model.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. So, even brightening up the eyes, because I know Adeptus Mechanicus eyes are like these big, glossy, huge, almost goggles, and that you can really just on this specifically throw a bright blue in there, and it's just instant draw your eye up to it. You understand what's going on. So.
Even a solid red too, like
a solid
bright red, like a bright red, because you can do a glow with around eyes. Very. So there's
all that hazard stripes on the cable. There's one in there.
Very nice. It's a little inconsistent. It's a little inconsistent.
A little inconsistent, but I like the touch of detail though.
Yeah. And your sensors or whatever they're called, sticking off the back.
Yep. Yeah. It as back to the Marshall too. It's a really well executed paint job. It doesn't.
There's a screen or something on the back of that. I'm not sure what that looks like.
Oh yeah. Oh no. Yeah, right here. Yeah. It's just kind of green with a light addition. If you feel confident enough to toss some freehand on it.
Yep.
Toss a little bit.
Like
toss a grid.
Even a crosshair.
Crosshair. Something. To set it apart. Yeah, a little bit of Doom. A little bit of Doom vibes.
Bolt gun. Now it's called bolt gun.
Oh yeah. God, that looks like
that looks so fun.
Freaking looks amazing.
I'm excited.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I Max, keep it up. Man,
Yeah,
this is
it looks
fantastic.
Very good. And again, also something that would look very great
Oh yeah.
with the rest of the unit too, because
Yeah.
that's a unit of 5 out of a box that makes 10. So
Yeah. I would be very interested in seeing what what vehicles he has and how he paints the vehicles, because that would really, to me, that would highlight, like, you have infantry down nicely for an effect. How do your vehicles look?
see a Doom crawler.
So apparently, according to Zoe, feedback, Kelsey and Bert are great. Alex could use some work and maybe some extra edge highlighting. I appreciate that. I'm trying to work off my edges. I'm sorry. The
Camera ads.
the camera adds at least 50 pounds. Okay, I'm sorry.
Appreciate you, Zoe.
She's just salty because she's not here. And not at Wafest.
That's it for you.
That's it for unit.
Unit is done.
Want to do Titanic?
Good to Titanic.
It's already out, so
You know what? Sure, yeah. Slap some Titanic around, and we'll do it.
Get the 2 Titanics.
they're already on the table.
Oh, they are. Okay, so we got.
We didn't have to start right. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we have. Keep knocking this over. I'm sorry.
The dragon.
The Dwagon.
Dagron.
The Dagron.
bigger than the turntable.
Oh, well. How the
have a load.
turntables.
How the
Turn.
turntables.
Dargan.
The Dargan. The big Dargan. This is from Adam. So up until the last minute, the 11th hour, 12th hour, almost, this was the only Titanic entry.
But now there's another.
Now there's another.
A new challenger has entered.
No, there is another.
Yo, sister.
Sister. So actually, we got a good look at this model because it was
our test model.
it was our test model for scaling for the camera image, and so we got a really good look up close and personal as well as from distance and getting some better ideas. So
We were getting to know this model
yeah,
very well.
very well,
Intimately.
intimately well. So a couple things. The dots on the back, there's definite like paint splotches that I don't think were intended either because of airbrushing, because this is definitely an airbrush pattern.
At least that kind of grayish on there. Yeah, it's
Yeah, so I'm guessing that there was a bit of spitter that just hit from like drying paint. So just be careful whenever you're airbrushing that you're either thinning your paint more or that you're being careful that you're doing a clean spray off of the model before you start painting.
So washing is a little inconsistent
Yes.
across certain spots, and then there are a couple missed spots where the underside of the wing and kind of those scales meet, which you could have just brought back up with that scale, which is kind of like right under here and then right underneath that wing.
Yep.
That I know was a little hard to see.
Yep.
Little bit of overwash on the patina up here, but it's kind of tough to tell if it's intended to make it look more like a copper. It's starting to
Kind of
change color.
bleeds a little.
Yeah. It would be.
And also, where that teal and stuff meets, it does also kind
Right.
of like spills over
Yeah.
onto the
Yeah.
chest a little bit, which we're also not entirely sure if it's intended, but does look a little off.
Yeah. It doesn't have the same effect that maybe that you'd want from it. Liam, rewind and watch when we reviewed your model, and you might get that meanness. Basing is fantastic.
Especially
I
for
like
the
the
amount
texture.
of basing that you get out of the kit. You did a good job on really good job of the basing.
Yes, agreed.
It's got a good texture. I'm a big sand glue primer myself.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure exactly what all of that is. What's used to get that texture?
Maybe of like the Vallejo stuff or whatever it is, that sand
It definitely
paste or
looks
whatever.
good.
Yeah, it looks good.
It almost looks like you would take you wet it down a lot, and then you took a blow dryer to kind of make it look like it's more wavy. I don't know.
I like that, though.
I'd be interested to learn about that.
Yeah. Let us know in the comments what you used for the basing, because it's really cool.
So highlighting your bronze.
Yes.
Definitely, because it's very flat. Though there is a nice shadow to
Yes.
those certain spots.
But you need that extra, especially for metals, you need to be able to pop that color up beyond just letting
even if
it
it's
sit.
just like a slight silver almost.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Even something that can even a little bit of gold can help if you want it to be more yellow on that yellowish side. No, you did not miss yours, Brandon. This is Titanic, so we're going through Titanic right now. So, but yeah, overall we got a really good look at this. It was a fun model to really review and get into. I will say that you defined your nails well. So I don't feel like those got lost, so that's good. But there is a little bit of spray on it as well. So
And tufts. There's
And
plenty
tufts.
of nice tufts.
Nice tufts.
Yeah, nice
Love
job.
it. Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, Adam.
We appreciate the entries. They're
Just
super
gets
cool.
me excited to possibly work on my own at some
Right?
point.
They're super cool.
I do love me some dragons.
Mm-hmm.
If Drogon had anything to say about it from multiple Dwarven Axes ago.
Yep. Drogon definitely did. Ah, yes. My favorite. Actually, yours and my favorite knights, right?
Well,
I think the Atropos is one of your favorites.
it's just very good.
Yeah.
When it comes to combat wise, it's
Yeah.
just very good.
It's just fun to throw down the table and be mean.
The one I got from you though is still in pieces.
Yeah, that's
but
fair.
It'll be ready in November.
Ooh.
It'll be something. It'll be something.
It'll be something.
Yeah.
The basing's amazing.
Yeah, the basing really sets it apart. The additional characters in the scene.
Yeah, you've got characters from Triumph of St. Catherine.
Yes. I really like the rose spreading
Yeah.
in that. It's a really cool touch. You actually have weathering powders on the toes, so it puts it in the scene a bit more.
Comes all the way up, all the way up to underneath.
Yep. Needs
The decal work it's good. There's one that looks like it's. These they seem to blend in very well. One of them though does stand out. Like you can definitely see the edging around it.
Oh, okay.
And it's that one.
There's that one, and then there's these two. You can solve that with a product called Microsole. It softens the decal to whatever you would put it on. So typically I'll gloss varnish so that it evens out the surface. I'll put the decal down and then Microsole it a couple times so that it really softens it and puts it into the surface of the model, and I'll gloss varnish over that so that it seals in place, and that can make all the difference in the world for decals. I will say I wish that they were elsewhere, because the two greaves, that's it. There's no other decals on it other than like the all of the purity seals, which is cool, but I'd want the decals to kind of be spread out so that there's more to look at on the model than just at the greaves.
There's some sort of like mispaint thing.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
And then the other thing is like you have all the weathering and stuff on the feet, but there's no weathering and soot powders up here
Yep.
to kind of keep that same kind of dirtiness and grunginess
Yep.
consistent throughout the entire piece.
It looks like one of the pistons is out of place.
It's like one's bent
Yep.
in.
One's bent in.
Oh, well,
So-
there's that.
Oh, that one
that
too.
one,
Yeah.
yeah.
So the difficult thing with these two is that they're a separate part, so you have to match them up and then have them line up so that they don't look like they're bending, which is a little rough at times.
It's very nice. The red is solid. The
Yes.
black is very flat black though.
Yes. And it's also just sprayed, so you can see that there's like I feel like he did the red, and then he taped it.
Or he
Did
taped
the
it off
black.
and then did
Yeah,
the red.
yeah, and then so one way or
Because
the
you
other.
can see like some red up
Yep,
here too.
yep.
So
Yep. I do like and then he's got the metal bands, which are good.
Yeah,
There's a
it's
little bit of
not like-
highlighting there.
'cause it's a good color. It's not like too dark.
Yep.
Could use it looks partially highlighted too.
Yes. The weapons, I like the OSL on this, but the flat black, the flat copper, there's not a lot there other than it just being the initial color. And I know that I suffer from that too, because mine are typically just, metal, an oil wash cleaned up and then weathering powders over it. So, it has differentiation, but it also doesn't get more than that, So,
The other thing, like the knee pauldrons look like they've been edge highlighted, but nothing else seems
Yeah.
edge highlighted.
yep. Yeah, because down here, this looks really cool. Like it's got a lot of good variation on the
And it's
highlight.
very subtle, which
Yep.
is really nice, but that subtlety
Oh,
is just
yeah.
gone everywhere
Yep,
else.
I agree.
Yeah, you can kind of
In
see
some
it, but it's
parts.
very thin.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. I do like the purity seals, but then there's just a lot in one area and then nothing else. And also there's nothing painted back here. This is a huge area on a night that has a ton of details that you can really work in, that you'll see regularly.
And we'll get in closer to it because there's like tons of wires and stuff that might just be that same color.
Yep.
You've got all your extra wires down here, which are all kind of that same silver.
Yep. They don't have any differentiation or other colors that they could be.
Yeah, like even doing your underwires the same kind of brass colors, they're just kind of that flat silver.
Yep. Exactly. So the pose is interesting to me because it feels like it's sitting.
Squatting.
Yep, it is a little. It's a little squatted.
Yeah. It's an interesting pose to it. The Cerastus Knights are really good at pose, though.
Yeah, they're very lanky.
They are very lanky, very lanky. Yeah, but I think the thing that sings on this the most is the bass. It is such a really well placed scene. It feels like it's there. You know?
If you really wanted to go even a little bit further with the bass, you could try to get little red dots and have the trail of roses coming from the backside.
Yep, and you can get like
Scatter
terrain or
scatter foliage.
Yeah, even small, really small size like O or size H or whatever the small version of model trains are. You can get kind of some of that scatter stuff that trail behind it.
It's just a little subtle detail that might extend that even further if you really wanted to push it even the extra mile.
Yeah, I would agree with that because that would place this character into the scene of why she's walking in front of or underneath the knight. The other thing that I was going to point out was her flames. The candles feel a little flat, and as opposed to the rest of the model, which is more muted, this one feels really bright and then not really blended. So, but
You could do something subtle.
yeah, something subtle would be plenty. So, yeah,
Very nice job.
thoughts from two knight players. Lots of painting.
It's great. It's clean. Mine are dirty, garbagey.
Well, and one that's working on painting one themselves, so it's
Yeah, you're working on it.
yeah, it's getting there.
Got to get it done.
Yeah,
Got to crush it out.
Renegade.
Renegades.
It's my timeline.
that's my timeline for the next one too. That put me at 18.
18 of years. Yeah.
18 finished.
And I'm worried about one.
I'm in the 40s for painting, 40s or 50s for painting them. So that's it for Titanic. So,
Do we want to tackle the big one?
the big chonker. Yeah. Can we take a quick 5?
Okay.
We'll get up and stretch a bit, and then be back.
Monster vehicle.
Monster vehicle next, and then open after that, and then we'll be done. So,
Yep.
Crazy.
heck yeah. All right. We'll be back in 5, guys. Thanks much.
Banana.
And we're back.
And we're back.
Welcome back.
Banana.
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 Banana phone.
Ring, ring, ring.
Banana phone. Do 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 do.
Yeah.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Banana phone. It grows in bunches.
I've got my hunches.
It's the best. Beats the rest.
Anyway, so now that we've been struck down from monetization,
Yeah.
we get all this money from this system. We're starting off vehicle monster.
Woo.
It's our second largest category at what, 10? All of them?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So many.
There's a bunch.
Because there was 14 in the single sci-fi.
We're gonna drown in this.
We're gonna drown in the
Oh my
deep.
god. The drums in the deep. Alright, so who are we starting off with?
Dan.
Dan.
And man.
So we
Dan
got,
Romo.
So we got Chaplain Dreadnought.
Oh man. This was one of the first commission models that I ever worked on was this exact model.
Yeah, it's pretty close
And
to
it's a-
early Forge World for
Yeah,
me.
it's super fun. It was a super fun model to work on. So, it's super fun. Oh, by the way, Zoe, I would also like you to paint one of your knights. That'd be nice for you to show up to the night joust
Yes.
Yeah.
with your knight.
You get
That'd
your
be awesome.
You get your night done. I'll get mine done.
Yep. Tell Sarah she needs to get hers done too. That's how it goes.
We got a timeline.
Yeah. Chop chop. Anyway, so back
Slap
to
chop.
the slap chop. So back to the
Slap
thing.
chop it.
Slap chop with Versailles. Versailles. Anyway, so wings on this thing.
I like it.
Yeah, I like them too.
Your Iron Halo is bent.
Thus is the curse of Forge World.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Just bend a
black-
little forward.
Yeah,
Some of
the
the-
black's a little flat too.
Some of the decals aren't really.
Yeah, you definitely use
Flat.
that micro sole to
Yeah.
flatten those
Yep,
out.
flatten those out. Yeah.
And if you don't, the other one is you art coat, put your decal on, then you Lamy and medium.
Oh,
Take
okay.
that shine away,
Okay.
and they kind of meld together. That's
Yeah.
the GWA.
That's the GW style.
GWA.
The GWA.
It would have been the Forge World way until GW was like, you can't play with other toys. And they're like, oh, okay.
Okay, Dad.
You like that you drilled your barrel? Good job.
Yay. I'm proud of you. Proud of you, son. Yeah, a lot of the other details, it's just dark. It needs some extra highlights. I love the wings though.
Yeah,
The wings
the
really.
bone and the parchment could use some highlights, or
Yes.
even just be a little bit brighter.
Yep. Yep.
Because they're very dark, especially down in the legs.
Yes. Yes. Basing's cool. It's got a couple tufts. It's not. It's not.
It's very, very basic.
It's very basic, but it's not like you didn't cram a bunch of stuff onto it and you didn't leave all of it off. So, it reminds me of like a seashore.
Like the black sand.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
black
sand,
sand.
seashore kind of vibes.
Like a volcanic island.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I could jam with that. So, yeah,
Yeah.
super enjoyed.
Edge highlighting.
That's very nice.
Yeah, I think just giving some, bumping up those highlights, blending it a bit better, smoothing out those decals. I think it'll get you a long way for what you want from this model. So, yeah.
It's very nice.
Thank you, Dan. We appreciate you and your entry. Thank you so much.
Cool mo.
Cool model.
I still have a couple.
Oh yeah,
They're just in a box somewhere.
hanging out.
Somewhere
Back
beyond the sea.
when you wanted to play like 10.
Oh man, they're so cool.
Oh boy.
Ooh,
We got Morgan Ball. Morvin.
Morvin.
Morvin Ball.
Morbin. It's Morbin. It's Morbin time.
It's Morvin time.
It's Morbin time.
Morbid.
I do like the base. Kinda. I mean, if you can extend what obviously her tactical rock she's
Yeah.
standing on, you
Yep.
could extend that a little bit more. Like even you put like a couple skulls out
Oh, yeah.
towards the open area. And
Yeah.
then cleaning up that base rim.
Rim. Yep, for sure.
Can't tell if they base rimmed it in Sharpie or if it's just that thin of paint.
I don't know. Doesn't have that blue purple that Sharpie typically holds for me.
Right.
But maybe not.
Either way, another layer around that would probably fix the
Fix the
coloring issues.
Yeah. The robe
It's very dark.
is very dark, but it has highlighting. Though there is a nice seam
line.
line that goes right through it. Same with on
You
the
get
other
yourself
sides.
either like a micron pen or a really thin black because your purity seals are very clean.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing to them.
Yep.
Even just like a tiny little scribble.
Yep. Little scribbles make a huge difference.
I do like the angel statues on the shoulders. Like
Yep, the
that's
missiles
like
are
the
picked up.
perfect amount of muddiness to them.
I really like this little green in the back because it's just this burst of color out of nowhere that really sets off the mood of the model from the back. It draws the eye immediately to it and really sets off kind of that dirty, worn look that the rest of the model has, and it's this nice bright.
It almost do a little bit of a glow to it.
Yeah, you could go towards that angle.
Just
too.
even just a little bit around the outside edge of where those are actually in place in the model.
Yep. This shield is really good. I like the front of the shield. The back is a little bit plain, but the front is well
It just
executed.
almost looks kind of plain. I thought there was more to the model. Almost. Maybe she's too far back on the base.
Maybe, and there's not enough up here to offset it.
Yeah.
That could be
It makes me
too.
think that there's more to it, like something more on the back.
I kind of want.
Oh, the head is a head swap? She
Yeah, it's
normally
a
has,
head-
yeah,
it's a
she's
head
got
swap.
she normally has her head,
Yeah,
head
it normally
out.
has her head
I
out.
think it might come with 2 heads.
Oh, does it? Okay.
It might.
It's a model that I would like to paint.
Yeah, I think that the armor too needs more. It's dim and it doesn't differentiate from the armament of the suit around it. Where if you had that differentiation, I think it would pop more. It would definitely draw your eye towards that kind of exosuit style feel. So
The Nundum.
the nundum.
The Nundum.
Nundum. But yeah, I mean, all these, it's all about the small details that really make a model stand apart, rather than sweeping changes. Oftentimes, it's all about the small things.
Truth cares. Truth breathes.
Like that one song that we won't sing because it'll get stuck in all of our heads, like we did yesterday.
Yep.
So, yeah. Thoughts, Kelsey?
No, I think we hit it on the head.
No thoughts.
No,
Only stonks.
Not one at all.
only stonks.
Only stonks.
Only stonks.
Only stonks.
Nundum. Nundum time.
No, Nundum style.
Nundum style. Be a song about that. Oi.
Oi,
Oi.
oi.
Lots of models.
All the models. Something is
A good time.
good time out there.
It's a
I'm
different
screaming.
Yep. Ooh, another one.
And another one.
And another one from
one.
Zoe.
Another one.
This is like the exact opposite color shift.
Yeah.
The robe and the armor is completely like
Which is very gold.
shifted. It's very gold.
I like the purple. The purple is a nice touch.
Yep. This is where the warmer purple for Zoe really pops, because as opposed to, we judged her custodes last time, and it had like this really cold purple as a, to like this almost bronzish, dim bronze copper, and this is a nice pop, I feel, over it. But I do, from that angle though, the gold needs to be more highlighted.
Yep.
It needs the
Looks like a little more,
edges.
yeah, flat around the feet. It's flat on the shoulders.
Yep, agreed. Something more to the base too. Maybe she isn't far back on the base. Maybe that's just how she is. And it must be a secondary head that you can put on there.
Yeah, because that one also has that.
I feel like there's not much for like the cloth around here.
It could use a little shade, but it's
Yep.
it definitely has a highlight.
Right.
Yeah.
You can see in those hard edges.
It is nice and subtle for that, so it has a differentiation, but some tears or some wears, even some cross hatches in areas, so that it indicates like a nice cloth could work too.
Yeah.
Highlighting these little areas down here, because if there was weathering powders, I could see the little fleur-de-lis kind of being dimmer, but being that there's nothing that seems to be weathered from the feet for like a weathering powders or where she's walking, it doesn't it needs to have a little bit more to it.
I feel like there might be a little on the toe,
Mm-hmm.
but I would have to take a closer look just to make sure.
Yep. The weapons
You
nice
can't,
and highlighted.
can't tell exactly if there's too much on the purity seals. It looks like the larger one on the weapon, it looks like there is, but the one on the arm, it does not. It doesn't.
Oh,
Looks
yeah.
like there's something,
Yeah, it looks like there's something on there.
but then it doesn't, at least from
Yeah.
my angle, it doesn't look like there's something there.
Yeah, and I think this will be one of those that we really need to get up and
Really,
Up
I
in-
like
up
yeah,
in
based on
there.
this, I
Up in
like
there.
the writing
Yep.
on that one. On the shoulder.
I also think there might be like so you have like the blue for the cloth on the outside, but I think she might have a different color just on the
Oh
inside.
yeah, it's like a deep red.
Yeah, it's like right in there.
Yep, I see that now. Yeah, that's nice.
Which
That's
is
a nice
again,
touch.
which is again great attention to detail.
Yep.
Good for painting all of your model and not just what you can see
Yes. Yes.
from a distance.
Turning the model upside down and looking at it from the underside is
Looking-
definitely something that happens in
Unless you model your models to be atomically correct, and they're only wearing loincloths, you're like, oh,
oh my.
Oh, don't look there.
Whoa, hey, dangerous. Don't give Zoe ideas like that. She'll do it. That's the problem.
I did not Demon Prince.
That's right.
All next time we just grab a model and we look it upside.
Whoa.
Oh, hey,
Hey, ooh.
not appropriate.
Oh,
Shame.
hey, yeah.
Hello.
How do we get there?
Different missile types are colored differently, and from this distance, it's
care.
you care.
You care.
You care.
Does she have different missile types?
Well, I can tell that this one's a little bit more white on one side versus this side.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're gonna have to get up close and take a look.
Up close and
Yeah.
personal.
I appreciate you pointing it out. So if you're an artist in channel and we're talking about your model, please let us know about things that you wanted to point out about your model. I think that's really important. That
Yes.
as judges from this distance, we're gonna miss a lot. And knowing, hey,
Frag and crack.
I painted that model, I know a thing or two about it, can definitely help us have some appreciation towards a model too. So, but I still stand by my statement that the highlighting on the reporting in from Norway, the big red Minnesotan importing in from Norway, it's different. I'm sure the Vikings have a thing about that. But the edge highlighting on the metals to try and illuminate the metals, or at least have some separation between like the eagle, the shoulder, if your armor is going to be a certain color, having those extra details be a different color, even if it's a different color of gold, can help offset that feel. Plus, all the fleur-de-lis are like a tan cream. And
Except
then
for
this
the one on the shoulder?
Yeah, except for the one on the shoulder. Which, I mean, it's amongst cream and whatever, but I would do this in like a gray. I would knock it down to like this, rather than it just being more gold. But to separate out.
The freehand on that shoulder panel for the name is really nicely done.
Yep. And I think doing some highlighting on the purity seals is definitely gonna be kind of your next steps in that too. So
Yep.
yeah, love it. Thank you,
Nice.
Zoe.
Thanks,
job,
Zoe.
Awesome.
Oh.
I'm starting to. I gotta get more caffeine because like last night I didn't get home until 1 a.m.
We got home around like 12:30.
Yeah.
And we
creature
were up
caster.
for another like hour and a half finishing watching our Studio Ghibli film.
That I rudely interrupted.
It's fine. We were happy to come and help out with sorting.
Which I greatly appreciate, because Chris and Kelsey really stepped up and helped organize the whole case so that we had a great organizational system, so we could bring you this awesome thing today.
As long as there's not too many cooks.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
I don't think there were.
No.
Just the right amount of
Just the
cooks.
right amount of cooks.
All right. So, Adam coming in with Demon Prince. I think it said on the thing it was Bellicor.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a Bellicor stand-in. Yeah.
It's a very nice creature caster.
Yeah.
Sculpt.
Yeah, it is.
They always do good work.
The contrast between the colors is really cool.
Yeah.
I really
Really-
like the blade. And the
I'm
eye.
a big fan of the orange.
Yep. I wish there was more to do with the face. It feels like it's kind of lost. And like this loincloth armament thing. It has the same problem where it's just kind of lost in the same color of gray.
Yeah, but you almost don't want to do it that orange color because I
Yeah,
feel like it'd stand out too much.
Yeah, I don't think the gray is, or I don't think the orange is where I'd want to do it, and nor would I want it to just be more gray. I think I would have tossed it towards like this, the sword color, or even just a different color in general, just to pick out details.
I will say though that you can tell where like the skin is more taut versus where the muscle makes it more bulky. Because I still get drawn up to the face. There's just
Yeah, you're still drawn to the chest and the
maybe
face
chest and
area.
the face, yeah. Maybe a little bit more of that color elsewhere,
right.
or do you think that that's enough in that zone? That's the purpose of it.
I think maybe putting a little bit, not by much, just a little bit more brighter on the face, just to bring it just up.
Yeah.
Because I do get drawn to the base because I think the base is really well done. And then the orange brings you up, and then you see the chest and it's lighter than most other places other than the bright orange.
Yeah.
And then you see the face, but the way the face is angled is you can't see his eyes.
Like you'd almost want to bring the face down a little. You did that bright highlight up there, but you almost want to bring it back down so you get that detail back.
Yeah.
Well, even
Like
like
around his teeth. And
Yeah,
Yeah, if
you don't get any of the teeth.
if you even highlighted the teeth into like more of a bone color, you'd structure the face better.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think in the rock is a little too monotone. Like there could be a little bit of other just color to it.
Yeah, some other browns and reds and things that kind of flow into that color or for that sandstone.
So kind of like, so it also kind of like match the base a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I also think of it like get like the sandstone and such from northern Minnesota. You get a lot of reds and oranges and browns and things that mix into the sandstone. So you have this really bright to really dark colors, and you could replicate that here really easily. But yes, to your point, I think matching the base color with the rock makes a lot of sense. He's got a skull. He's got a tuft.
It's a winner.
It's a winner right there. That's how it goes.
The eye could use a little bit of detail. It does stand out on the blade. Like you can bring in like almost like a little bloodshotness to it. So just having a red pupil and a black, or a red iris and a black pupil.
Just very thin lines out from that.
Or even putting like an art coat over top of it.
Yeah.
Over the top of the eye and the sword to make that kind of gloss over and stand out a little bit more.
The white stands out a bit.
You could even do a very, very thin, like red wash, because then it would pool on the outside of the eye, and then you gloss over that. Make sure that the center is clean of that red, but then it would give that nice like you have blood vessels and muscles around it, and then it would feel a little more like, or a little more accurate to an eyeball than it would normally be. So, yeah, I like it though.
That's very cool.
I don't know who Torstagger is, but welcome to the stream from Norway. Appreciate you making the long trek on the internet. Long haul.
The longest of hauls.
The longest of hauls, yeah.
We're just working on Vehicle Monster right now.
Yep. Vehicle Monster, and then we got Open. It's gonna be good times. There is a. I will warn folks. You gotta make sure you stick around for the Open category because there's an owl bear that is freaking adorable.
It is very cute.
It is super cute.
James.
Coming in a swinging.
With the
Manfred.
Manfred.
He's Man and he's Fred. Manfred.
I do like
Manfred.
the burning kind of ghostly skulls on the inside.
Yeah. The molten kind of feel to him.
The addition of some of the zombies from one of the zombie boxes.
Coming out of the ground. Yeah, it's a good touch, especially with the pointing, with the gravestone in it. I will say that most of this feels like it's contrast only, and it's a good starting point.
Definitely highlight.
Yeah, highlights all over the places, adding some extra depth and some where is the eye supposed to look on this? Is
It
difficult.
looks like it kind of looks like that contrast is like being kind of rubbed off a little bit, especially on like the other side of the tail,
yeah,
on these
or-
kind of
yeah,
these hard
edges.
edges where you're gonna get the most kind of touch as you're painting it.
Yep. So some
It does
extra,
seem like
a little bit of dry brush in there.
and that transition from kind of your ghostly
Yep.
cloak to your normal cloak it's very hard.
Yes, it's a hard line.
Yeah.
Get the layers going to get that
You
easy
definitely see that.
transition.
You definitely see that aethermatic blue kind of
Yeah.
transferring into probably that Blood Angel's red.
Yep. Yeah, in a lot of ways, I feel like just some extra blending, even some decent dry brushing on this would make it pop a lot from where it is. I really like this blade though, but I think that the contrast paint on a blade that's white works really well because you get that hard edge, hard line.
I'm a big fan of that aethermatic blue.
I can see why. I mean,
It looks good.
Yeah,
on
it
one
looks
coat.
Especially if you do it over a white primer.
yeah, absolutely. And I think that's where this shines, but you need to add those extra layers of like dry brushing and highlighting to really make it pop
Especially if you
out.
want to make it a display piece.
Yeah, a display piece for sure. This on a tabletop would look great in an army for a tabletop standard, absolutely.
Yep.
But I think, to improve upon this, it's just more highlights and more details.
Cleaning up what kind of like the washes on his head. Looks like there's a little too much around like the knobs on the top of his head.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I do like the little bit of OSL on the eyes of him. That's nice.
That's really cool. Yeah, cleaning up this sword hilt because it kind of has the blue that just kind of goes into where the metal would be for the hilt. Feels weird.
Yeah, because like the spear is like a completely kind of like ghostly weapon, but then why is the sword just the hilt,
Yep. Yeah.
or even just the guard of the hilt?
Yeah, just the guard of the hilt rather than the whole blade. So, yeah, it you can definitely tell that there is a good start to this, but
it could come.
it
up.
could it could come up
layer
from
or
where
two.
it is. Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
Very cool.
Good job, James.
Thank you, James. Great times all around.
Good times roll.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I feel like we just need more Titanic people to show up and drop off Titanic stuff. That's really what we need.
More Titanics.
More Titanics.
There's dragons out there.
There's dragons.
There's big tanks out there.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Actual Bellicor.
Natural Bellicor.
By
Obi. Obi's got an excellent Bellicor. This is super cool. It's also wobbly as crap on that base.
He's not glued on the base.
No.
Nope. Which I would understand why you wouldn't want him to be glued onto the base.
Yeah, at least while you're painting.
Right.
So,
Yeah. First and foremost, the base on this guy is phenomenal.
yeah, the
It's
additional
super
the
cool.
transition from the actual base to the normal flat area is great.
Yep. It's painted in such a way it feels like it's molten all the way through.
Yep.
The only thing I would say is that if you're going to do this, that you do something like milliput to fill in that transitional gap so you don't have these small holes going through. That'd be my one and only like nitpick of that, so that you have it smoothly moving through the entire base. But other than that, it's a very minor gripe. Like all the chains feel like they're well placed. They're not overly washed. They're highlighted. Same with this that set piece.
Yeah,
the
the
skulls
skulls
are
are-
all highlighted.
skulls
The
are
metal on his
very
legs
solid.
are highlighted. Yeah. I love the offset. I don't know if you can see this on camera, but there's
a
like an
lit-
offset purple.
Yep. There's almost like a purplish red.
Yeah, right on the inside of here.
And it brings that accent back to the main chest of Bellicor with his purple tabard
Yeah.
and the purple on his sword.
Yep. All the little metal bits are nicely picked out in metal. They're bright. They're vivid. I kind of wish there was a little more highlight or a little more shadow on that. The leg pauldron.
The dry brushing on the wings is nice. You can kind of see that very subtle. It is kind of grays, but there is also that little bit of tan on there as well.
Yep. There's a little bit of overwash on this claw up here. That's one of the few points, because most of the rest of them look like they're knocked back. So they have that knocked back quality to them. So that he's highlighted on top of it, but yeah, it's just a little bit, a little bit of blackish. But yeah, these two like points, I want more of a shadow, more of a difference in contrast between the bright and the dark.
The green on the blade is fair. It transitions well.
Yeah, it transitions well, especially from the flames.
Yep.
It's got it nicely highlighted.
It's just such a well done piece.
It is.
I know when we were testing different models at the beginning, I actually brought Bellicor over here to be tested with, and I just was sitting here just admiring it.
She was for like 5 or 6 minutes. She was just looking at this one model spinning around constantly. It was
It's just really well done. One of the things I would just say is maybe doing like art coat on like top of where the yellow is, maybe to just show like that's
Give
where
it a
the
little bit extra
brightness
shine.
is.
Yeah.
But I really like this model. It makes me want to get a Bellicor and paint one myself.
I think that it's a good example of keeping your colors simple but executing well. So it's not trying to be boisterous or loud with any of the tones. It's not trying to be over the top with any of the paints or getting a large smattering of paints even. It has a limited palette and executes well on the limited palette.
Well, and you can tell the difference between the base and the actual character model itself. It's not the exact same color.
Yeah, it's not the same gray. And I would say if you're going to do something like this, to limit your palette. I actually have started to limit my palette more and more and using the same colors and then mixing, because it makes the entire model cohesive. So like using the same purple, I think he used the same purple on the chest as on here, and then he mixed in like a certain amount of the purple for the tabard, and then the same kind of purple on the flames. So you have that purple throughout the model, all with different additions that are from around the model, so that you have a cohesive feeling color palette without branching out and getting a bunch of different paints and different tones. So I think this is a good example of that.
Yes.
I like it.
Yep.
That's all I got to say about it. Thank you, Obi.
Good job, Obi.
Good job.
Love it.
Love it.
Oofda.
Monster.
Are you up next, Chris? Oh, is that not yours?
Oh,
It is yours. Okay.
oh yeah.
I said, are you up next?
Are you up
Oh,
next?
You up next?
Ooh.
Toss it right
Yeah,
out.
just nope. Sure aren't.
Tank missile.
Yeah, that's ugly damn thing.
Fury.
Fury. It needs more character.
It's too bland.
It's way too bland. I can't see anything on it. It's like it's not even there.
Yeah, like I don't. All I see is a spinning,
It's
spinning
weird.
black disc.
All I see is a spinning black disc. Yeah. I will say, first and foremost, I love this model. It's fantastic.
It's a very cool
It's
model.
well executed. I really love the addition of the guys on it. It feels like it's being used. The tank itself is being actively used. There's weathering. There's soot
You got
marks.
your muzzle burn. You got.
There's soot marks right here too.
Yep.
You get the little bit of the rust on all the rivets on the tank.
Yep. There's
The weathering is it's subtle, but
yeah,
it's there.
it's subtle, but it's there. It's not overdone. I think one of the additions of weathering powders on the tracks and the treads across the model itself, I think would really behoove you to include those.
It does look like it's in use, but it doesn't look like it's in use.
In use, yeah. It's not overtly in use. It's not in the field. It just rolled off the ship, so to speak, the drop ship. I pointed this out to him earlier, and it's a little bit hard to see on cam, but when he took pictures of it, the guy standing, like kneeling on the tank itself, he's got a
Wrench?
no, yeah, he's got a wrench, which is cool, but he's got a super glue mark on the foot. So it's a little hard to see from here, but when you look at it on camera, it has a very distinct super glue. So to solve that, you can do a little bit of gloss varnish and a little bit of matte varnish to kind of knock that back and get rid of that look. So all the windows, in typical Chris fashion, all the windows and lenses are fantastically done. They're all well highlighted. They feel like they're lenses. So
It is painted on the underside.
it is painted on the other side. And
Is there a hole under
I
it?
want to
Yes,
point
there
out.
is.
I will point out to the watchers that there's this massive gaping hole that he ignored.
Yeah. Jeez, you forgot that whole
The
piece?
whole damn piece. Look
What
at
a
this.
hack.
Yeah, seriously. So it's funny. Taro Model Maker. I'll give a shout out to him. He actually sells a bit to fit into the space perfectly, and all you have to do is slap it in and glue it on. It's just hilarious.
But
yeah.
this is the model as is that you
As
get
is.
from
That is
GW.
from
Yeah.
GW, and there's a big
Yeah.
hole in the middle.
I do like the addition of all the things on the sides because then it feels like a used tank.
This, yeah, just the subtleness of the weathering, like the chipping of like the metal. You can tell it looks like it's been
Yep.
dinged a few times.
I will say there is a small gap on that roll, that bed roll, that doesn't match up perfectly. So it looks like it was supposed to be for an edge, and it's just off kilter enough where you can notice that there's a hole there. In the future, a little bit of milliput, a little bit of green stuff, and it'll make all the difference in the world on that spot. So
The decal work is really nice.
the decal work is phenomenal. Yeah. The tops of these guys' berets needs to be highlighted. Need to be brighter because right now it's very, very muted because of wash, not because of it being muted, just washed. So yeah, I think
it's very good.
I think this is one of your best tanks that you've done so far.
yeah, easily, and it's a big step from where you initially entered in like last year. Your initial set out for tanks was a completely different outlook, and I think this is a big step forward in where you want. I think in the addition, using the addition of weathering powders will make this thing stand heads above where it is right now. So
And also, movie references are awesome.
yep,
The Fury on the...
Fury rolling through. So, well, thank you, Chris. We can actually say that to you personally.
Golf claps.
Golf claps all around. Appreciate it. For those that are in question as well, Chris will, when we're judging his models,
He will not be
he
present.
will not be present. So, anyone that helps out, if they have models entered, they're asked to leave politely or impolitely, depending on how they
Lightly
feel.
yet firmly to leave.
Yes. So,
Yeah.
oh,
Oh, that tank.
Angies,
They're very
Mr.
Angies.
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 Another model I would really like to paint.
Yes.
He is so
Yes. Angron is a beast.
Very glossy.
So I got to talk to Patrick about this model a bit yesterday when he was waffling on whether or not he wanted to enter it, and he tried doing a sunset color. So that's why there's the difference between purple and red, and why it's shifted in certain ways. So I pointed out to him that some of the wings didn't quite match up with like the purple to red combo, but yeah, that was his outlook on this model specifically.
Okay.
I like the
try and
transition.
capture it. Yeah.
I do like the transition. The gloss though is a little...
Yes. And I will point out, the transition from this point of the tail to this point of the tail is excellent. It was the first thing that jumped out to me when I saw it yesterday, was that transition, and I thought it was a well executed transition. So the also the metal, some of the metal needs more polish on it. It just feels like it's very just painted on and then you're done. It doesn't have anything
Paint
more
wash
to it.
and-
Yep, paint wash and you're done. A little bit of dry brushing, a little bit more of extra depth with color, and it'll make all the difference in the world to it. I said that the hand one too is also excellent. So. Yeah. I'm interested in your guys' thoughts because I went through and thoroughly talked to him about this yesterday. I ripped it apart, told him the praise, told him the critiques that I thought. I'm interested in what you guys think.
Here, highlights on. So it looks like when you're trying to highlight some of these kind of straps that are coming down, some of it looks very, especially on this bottom one, looks very, very thick right here. It's very. Your kind of the metal. Yeah, I'd say all your silvers are kind of very flat. There's no depth to them.
Yep.
It's just silver, gold. That's about it.
And there's some pooling too on some of these upper claws here that I've noticed.
Yeah,
And
these
this,
ones too.
in this skull, it kind of got covered in some paint. I don't know.
Yeah, when you're doing your kind of purple to red spray, you got it on one side, but then the other side is completely white.
Yeah.
Or very bright up here. And that goes the same with the skulls that are kind of intermixed.
Right.
Yep.
And then I would also go with the base too. I mean, if you're trying to go for that sunset kind of feel, but it's literally just red and purple on your bases.
Yep.
I would paint those before you kind of went for that.
Also, the rest of the environment doesn't reflect that lighting change. It's just this rock going back. So, doing it to the entirety of the base rather than just the initial model, I think will do a lot more shine to it. Because
you're kind of picking out the details in this.
Yeah.
There is a whole globe or a whole earth motif on that shoulder, and it's just a very kind of flat color.
Yep. Yeah, it's just a kind of a black there. From a distance, from 6 feet, this looks really good.
Right.
Yeah, I'd say
from a
a few
tabletop.
feet. It's
Yeah.
The purple and red look great. I think it's a little too glossy.
Yep. Yep. Agreed. Yeah. Patrick, keep it up, man.
Satin varnishes.
Yeah.
Satin over
gloss.
Yep.
That's my take too.
Agree.
Bam. Nailed it.
Good job.
Good job, Patrick.
5 out of 7, perfect score.
2 more left and
Two more.
One of them is Sealy's and
Sealy.
Sealy.
Disappointing.
and Brandon's.
And Brandon's. Yeah, Brandon is. I know he was excited, hoping that we didn't miss it.
Nope, we haven't missed
No,
it.
we haven't missed it. No.
It's coming.
Oh Lord.
Oh Lord, he
Oh
coming.
Lord.
I'm going by
Sealy.
size for the sake of the camera and focus.
Yeah. So we got to review his small Marathi. This is a couple times ago, a couple of years ago.
It was Renegade. It was our Renegade that we did it.
Oh, was it Renegade?
Yep.
Huh. Yeah, it's been
It
years.
was before
then.
Dwarven Axe.
Yeah, it was before Dwarven Axe. Yeah,
Back in the day.
back in the day.
The time in the land before and
Yeah,
the before 4 times.
In the before times.
Before the Empire.
Before the dark times.
Before the Empire.
I really like the skin tone on the back.
Yeah, the skin tone on the back is
that
fantastic.
undertone, kind of the teal.
Yeah,
to
the
skin
teal
tone
blue.
is really nice.
The non-metallic metals are fantastic. Zoe's cursing Sealy. I can feel the fist shaking into the sky. What's up? Oh, I'm sorry. No, you get to look at us while we look at it. There you go.
So this is Sealy's Marathi.
This is Sealy's Marathi. The red is really good. I like the red clothes.
I like the
It's
accent.
highlighted. It's very
Nope, go ahead.
yeah. It's very highlighted where it kind of ruffling off where that skin is.
I really like that the Rob brought in the blue in the shadows and the skin tones. It ties it in really, really nicely.
Especially with the hair and then the rest of her body. It's really hard to pick up on camera, but all of the individual scales are nicely highlighted, so they all have a single line across the top to pick out where that light would pop across the top. The one thing, now that I look at it, these outer nails are kind of flat. They don't have a lot to them. They're just kind of
And that top one is very bright.
yeah. Yeah, so it as opposed to the rest of it having a nice blend, especially like these right here.
Yeah, because they're definitely underneath, and
Yeah.
then you got the shadow coming in. It's definitely obviously from this
Yeah, from
direction.
that angle. But yeah, some of these just don't have the right, I would say the right amount of light, and they're kind of an afterthought to me. But and also this guy on the base is not a statue. He's like holding his hand up to block his vision from being turned into stone or whatever. And I wish
very
that it was
nice
a little
touch.
bit more, but it is a nice touch. Yeah, I wish this was painted a little bit differently, so that like the armor wasn't just stone, like his skin was, but his armor wasn't.
Yeah, and maybe like because she's like breaking this pillar.
Yeah,
So I would do like almost a different kind of color. Like, you almost got that lighter color on the inside.
yeah, because it's freshly broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Same with up here, the shattering.
I'm doing a little bit more highlighting on the pillar as well.
Yes.
Just like to make more accent or show the accents to the pillar.
Yeah, I like the softness of this color choice, but yeah, I want more of the. If you're gonna do this softness, I need like a hard, a different color here, a different color in the shattering points because it's supposed to be fresh stone. The stone. So, yeah, her eyes are wild, although her eyes are really wide. I feel like something that could be done, and this is just nitpicking at that point, is closing the eyes a bit so that she has eyelids. Unless she's just that crazed, who knows?
And that's something else I'd love to take a look and see how well he did on the face. Does she wear eyeliner? Maybe. It's hard to tell from this distance, so
Yeah.
it's being able to get up close and looking at it would be nice. So
I do like that the wings have a nice amount of texture of lines going in the same direction, and it's not just a simple dry brush. He left a lot of the shadows behind, but also you can tell that there's the lines going across all the way down. So he's definitely picking out highlights in the wings.
it a little bit more blending on that arm right there.
Yeah, right here,
On the
the
inside of the
transition.
arm, yeah.
Yep, that needs to be blended a little bit better. This is good. Yeah, this is better, I'd say. So
Yeah.
yeah, I love this.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
It's a fantastic model. Thank you, Seeley.
Again.
Again,
And again.
part 5. Oh, we got Caveman in the channel. Welcome.
Heyo. Captain Jack.
Bringing me back to my DDR days.
Heyo, Captain Jack.
Ah,
The
the Brandon special.
The Wasbomb blast jet.
Yeah.
oh boy.
Oh boy. So I don't know if we'll be able to see this or not on camera.
Might have to we'll get the zoom. So it has a bit of black light paint on it.
Yeah, it's got some black light paint. Super fun. I don't know if can you see that on?
Still trying to get focus. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
So around here, the goggles, the gun,
Basically where the lights are.
yeah.
Yeah.
All the lights have the black light.
There's some UV paints on there.
Yeah, this is Brandon's shtick, to be honest. He does a really good job at it too. And I think it's a nice subtle point that you don't see often in painting, is that you get this kind of effect that you get a whole nother layer of creativity on top of just normally painting something. And so adding those extra little touches in is really unique. It would make it a really cool thing if you had like a display board that had that built in, so that you didn't have to have the L flashlight laying around, so that your judges would ignore it when they go through and judge your paint jobs. But it is what it is.
Yep.
However, hold on. Okay, we are in model swing.
Yeah, so people can see it.
Yeah, I was worried. We love fluorescents. Yeah, they're super cool. Been shopping for lamps.
The weathering
Yeah.
on the whole thing is just awesome.
It is a little dulled. It is a little washed out, but it is highlighted.
Yes.
So it feels consistent rather than feeling just washed
Right.
out and left alone. So it's definitely a stylistic choice rather than it being, at least in my eyes, it's more stylistic than it is just slapped.
Like all your wires are actually painted.
Yep. All the
colors.
small details. Yeah.
The checkers are nice.
Yeah. All these little details here. I will say you got like mold lines in some areas, and I know the wings are really difficult for that. Same with these nacelles, are really difficult for seam lines. Same with the inside of the wing.
Yep.
But that would be where I'd
Especially
poke.
because those wings are so many pieces. They're
Yeah.
like 7 pieces.
Oh
for those.
God.
Woof.
Yep.
Ugh. That's no excuse. How dare you? Maybe a little bit of more soot on the
And charring.
on the back because it's an orc jet. I don't expect it to be clean by any stretch of the imagination when it's flying. So the basing is really well done.
Yep.
I like it, especially for it just being a plane.
It comes up a little too much on your flight stand.
Yep. Just that.
But it happens.
It's glue. Clean that up or throw some grass up against that potentially so that it kind of hides it. I feel like you could have something on the base itself, like some enemy running. That'd be fun.
Yeah, it is a bit monotone, especially like because your rocks and your gravel are the exact same colors.
Yep.
The tufts are definitely a nice touch to it.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. So I love the color palette.
Yep.
The checker pattern in the front. The crazy fluorescence. The glowing goggles just gets me. To your point, like I really think it's
Stand
fun.
out in dark are fluorescent.
Yep, I love it. I love it a lot.
Cool.
Yeah. Not much more to say other than it's freaking sick. Oh, they're cut decals. Hey man, but that's
Shh, we didn't know that.
yeah, we didn't need to know that. Why would you say such things? They look good. They look like they're painted on, or at least
they look fine.
worn on. So awesome. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
And that is our last for a monster vehicle.
Oh boy.
So now the 6 more into open. We got. It's gonna be good times. Oh. You wouldn't think that sitting here and judging a bunch of people's stuff would be exhausting, but it is.
It can be. Definitely can be.
The judgment you have to put on a certain persona. Judgment.
I judge.
I judge thee, and I find thee wanting.
Yes, I find it wanting.
What is that from?
So, how's everybody's Saturday?
I mean, I'm here.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, but
I'm tired. I'm like
I'm
the
tired.
struggle bus. Struggle bus.
But are you as tired as you were when you did the 24-hour
Not
paint
quite.
till you faint?
Not quite.
By the
Cool.
way, 24-hour painting competition in October. If people are interested, at the Forge here in Chaska.
Yeah, I'm excited for the next one. It's gonna be a good time. Even if you can come out for a couple hours, we'll do a couple 1-hour painting events, and those are a blast. Another James A special.
For-
Battery's going dead too.
Oh, is it?
It's not dead yet. But
All right. Well, you know what? We're gonna do a camera swap really quick
Oh,
with
it
the.
died.
There it is.
We don't have a choice now, so we'll get that battery swapped out in rapid fashion. See if
This
we
won't
can.
run plugged in, will it?
Huh?
There's no way to, like, run a power
No,
cord.
it doesn't. I mean, we used to have a power cord for it, but yeah, we'll get it sorted before next one. Whoa. Whoa.
There goes the charger with the.
Yeah, I hope everyone else is enjoying looking at all the pretty models.
Pretty models.
Pretty models. Because they're super fun.
Pretty models. Pretty models.
Candyman.
Candy Mountain, Charlie. But you gotta go inside the candy cave, Charlie.
Magically a blurred on Charlie. Magically a blurred on. It'll show us the way. Oof.
We are goofballs. Or at least I like to think I'm a goofball.
You are goofball. What day in October? That is a good question.
I think it's October 7th, if I remember correctly.
Did we already set the date?
I think we set the date. Darn it.
Darn it.
I can double check, but I'm pretty sure that was what the date.
That sounds about right. Yeah. So October 7th, it's 24 hours, paint till you faint. If you can make it the entire time, you get a Discord title, and looking awesome and ragged the next day.
For sure.
Yeah. Unlucky, still in Norway. It's hard to paint 24 hours when you're in Norway versus being here.
Sure.
Fun facts. How we doing, Chris? How's the camera look? Did it come back?
Yeah, it should be.
Yay! Wee! There it goes.
And we're back.
And we're back in biz. All right. James A has the Nightwing. Nope, Chris is looking.
I think it's in focus.
Verification.
It
It is
looks
in
like a
focus. It looks like a Nightwing, yeah.
Them glutes.
The thick cheeks.
Dump truck.
Yeah. It's very comic book style.
Yes.
It,
Yep.
it crushes that nicely shaded highlights, lowlights, captures lighting well from the top in, top down. The basing being the red. I like this kind of diffused red art, like in art decor or deco. Art deco. I don't know, I just know words. Words are cool.
I think it could use a highlight though.
Yep. Some of the areas kind of get lost with the black.
Yep.
Especially down on the legs. His weapons and things.
But that's always the challenge with working with black is you don't want to go too bright because then it'll look gray.
Yeah.
It's not supposed to be gray. It's supposed to be black.
In that case,
Still
though,
gotta you still gotta do some sort of
Right.
definition to those muscles, though.
yeah,
Right.
I would
Even
play.
if it is just an edge.
Yes, I would play in purples or blues if you're going to go for more realism. But if you want to go more like comic book hard lines, I would look at some references of
Actual
black,
comic book
in
from
comic
the
books.
comic book and trying to paint it
Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
like a still.
Yes, like a still, because then you're getting that. Comics do that really good job of like it's like 3 colors and that's it, but it's like nope, that's black right there, and it's like gray, dark gray, and black. There you go. But it does it. You accept it as that is the color. So, yeah, I think it's super cool. It's
Yep.
a really
Yeah.
unique model.
I agree.
Follows his color scheme well, because obviously he is Nightwing. He's those colors.
Yep. Yeah, I don't feel like it departs from what the original art's supposed to be. So, yeah, absolutely.
Very
No.
cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Nice job, James.
Yeah, thank you, James. Cool stuff there. What do we got next? What are we rocking?
Oh,
Another Chris
the
special.
last, but not least,
The Chris
the
special.
Chris special.
Little Chris special. Angry, stern lady,
Mrs. Creed.
Mrs. Creed.
Put the heretics in the chokey.
Yep. It stinks.
It's just awful.
Put it through the miter saw.
Yeah.
Get the grinder. Get the grinder.
Grind it.
grind.
Actually, I really like the standard in the back.
Yes. Yeah, it actually has the marbling kind of effect to it.
Yep.
Going for it. Her jacket really does have the. I'm sorry, it should be Creed's jacket. Creed's jacket really has the weathered look of worn leather. It could be more worn. You could really lean into the more worn look. You know, it's battle worn. You know, very very weathered. But in this case, it looks.
It
very good.
does look, because I'm not sure if it's actually part of the model, but you can see it might be kind of hard to see in stream. Is that looks like there is gashes.
Yep, there's gashes in the.
Right there.
Those are painted on.
Those are painted on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're hard to see, but you can kind of tell.
Yep, you can kind of tell. So the filigree is really well executed. She feels like she's well in place for highlights. Shadows and highlights are in the places where I'd want to see them. Her blade, the blue, I think could use a little bit more, personally. Where it's just a little too dark for it to be a power blade, and I know it's supposed to be subtle, but something more to highlight that blade, as well as the power blade aspect of it could be executed at a higher level. But that, I mean, from here, all you'd have to do is add some highlights around the power nodule, and maybe if you wanted to get real technical with it, add some like some electricity moving out from it to give it that. This is a power blade look. Beyond that, though, it looks.
Yeah, it's a very well
very
done
well
piece.
executed. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The helmet on the ground, the rocks look right in place. They don't. They're not so far distributed from the color scheme that feels jarring. So, yeah, I think that standard really stands out for me too.
Yeah, you did such a great job on the marbling on that.
Yeah, the golds too. They pop. You could on her chest tone it down a little bit because it's really bright on her chest. Because it is gold, you could probably darken it down just a hair because otherwise it becomes distracting from her face. But it's less of an issue. Just small nitpicks here and there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, super cool.
Yeah, very cool.
So, thank you, Chris, for that awesome mode.
The Ursula
The
Creed.
Ursula. Is it his daughter?
Yeah, it's his daughter.
Yeah.
Does she have Creed's cloak? Because he was taken by Tesseract Labyrinth.
And
You know what?
It was left in her chambers. So yeah.
Oh,
I was
her
gonna say
dad's
it's
coat.
Trey. No, not Trey John.
He left it to probably be a dick.
What's the name of the Necron?
Trajan.
Trajan. Yeah, that sounds like Trajan. Like he would do that.
Yeah.
Here you go. Sorry about that.
He didn't need it anymore.
Yeah, he's nice and warm where he's at. Optimus Prime.
Oh boy.
Primarily Optimus.
Pew pew.
This is such a. It's a fun model.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. It's super cartoony.
This is one of those models that I would say like should be painted as a still.
Yes. He does a good job of this. Brandon does capture it fairly well.
Yeah,
I think
the colors are there. They're
Yep.
a little dark in certain places because
Yep.
he's kind of like a very light blue, like kind of like a royal blue.
Yep.
And white and
Yep.
red.
Yep. In this case, though, I think you're right. You could go the hard line, like still image,
Yeah.
and be perfectly fine to do so, because it would feel like it'd feel like the show,
Yep.
the Hasbro Buy Me Now box set. But, like, it's Optimus Prime.
It's Optimus Prime. I would say your colors are a little dark.
Yep.
Just bring those up.
Yep.
I like the slashing on the glass.
The glass, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
not
it's-
perfect, but it's there, and it
it's-
makes it look like you're trying to go for that still
Yeah,
look.
yeah, it does. It really does. Oh, you only spent 1.5 hours on this. I mean, for 1.5 hours,
Not bad.
not
Yeah.
bad. Not bad. I would agree with Bert that I would tone down some of the shadow on it so that you can brighten it up, because unless this is grim dark Optimus Prime, you could get away with him being a lot brighter. I think it's because it is the medium that he's typically presented in. That you can get away with that versus 40K, which is supposed to be grim dark all the time.
Right.
Everything's supposed to be
dirty.
sad.
Everything's dirty. Nobody likes it.
Nobody likes being here. I mean, yeah, I love this
The
model.
rules are made up.
Yeah.
Don't matter.
Who reviews this?
Whose line is it anyway?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's a super fun model. Do you have any other? Is this like a 3D print, and then do you have any
Nope.
others?
They have their own little mini game.
Really?
That is how that model came. I have the star screen.
They made a game?
Yeah.
Huh.
And they didn't make like a bunch of models. I think they made like maybe like 15 models. But they were like little blisters, maybe like that big. And, like,
Okay.
just a single. And they're all that old school. So like
Okay.
Megatron is old school Megatron. And
Cool. He's not 16 billion parts that are.
no,
animated.
that's a solid piece.
Nice.
So that's
Nice.
that
That's
model.
fun.
Flare.
That's
Yeah.
yeah. Infinite lens flares. Ugh. Well, thank you, Brandon, for bringing us back in time
Yeah.
to a simpler time.
It's kind of like those I don't want to say it's like Bones. Kind of like those Wiz kids where they're like pre-primed,
Oh yeah.
but they
Disappointing with prime.
definitely got mold lines that you got to clean up.
Okay. It's hard plastic instead of
Yep.
it being like resin or anything.
Yeah, it's a
Got
hard
it.
plastic.
Got it.
It's a hard soft plastic because it is still kind of malleable, but it's
Yeah. Jim Spur, you win for the cutest model.
Yes.
so we got some. The whole thing's 3D printed, correct?
Welcome the family of owl bears.
Yeah, this is. We saw this, and everybody that's walked by us like that is awesome. I love everything about this.
So cute.
So cute. The fur is well defined.
Yep.
It might need a little bit more highlights, just
you
a
could bring
just a
You
touch.
could bring it up a little bit,
Yeah.
especially because owl bears they kind of have that kind of transition like owls in color.
Yeah. Yep.
You can go like some parts of it, like going like down where the arms are, can go to a lighter color.
Yeah, yeah.
It is very monotone.
Yep, but the face has nice definition. All of the faces have nice definition on them. The soft touch of leaves falling on the back of it, of the mom. The kids out there sleeping. I'd almost want more green tufts or more brown tufts around.
Yeah, it's something to go underneath where all this foliage is coming down to,
Yep.
and then putting that foliage on over it.
Or
Yep.
even some different foliage. I know like AK Interactive has those leaf punches.
Yep.
I've got
You
some
could
of
add
those.
those
Those
in.
are awesome.
They've even just got a fall foliage container.
Yeah, yeah, they do.
But you just kind of spread around. Though you wouldn't want to do it on the tree
Right.
because it's not
Definitely
Gonna
more.
it's going to be
brown.
that scatter.
Yeah.
So
Right.
you do
It's
like
that
that
scatter.
blank tree and have that scatter be
Yeah.
there.
But I like the color of this, though, for scale and for color.
And also that fall foliage is that
yeah.
color.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It might be a little more reddish, but
The I would add something more under this foliage. So the foliage is great, but I need something below it to indicate what the ground is normally before the foliage falls on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we don't have any definition to look at what the foliage is on top. You need to have something interesting before you cover it up. Otherwise, you don't get the same effect that if you had even dirt or sand under it that's been painted like a brown. You don't get that extra texture layer where leaves would fall differently depending on wherever they were. Same with like the color of tuft. I think would indicate being a little bit of a more fall. It's dying grass, and you have it more in more areas. I think would be beneficial to this model.
I also think it would be kind of fun if you could get like a little tiny bird, like make a little tiny bird and either have like the bird like on top of here,
yeah.
or even in the tree.
Just another model, some extra detail.
Yeah, just add some more life into it. It has a lot of life in it right now.
Yes, it does.
But just having just a little bit more to like develop the story, like these characters are really asleep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. I think the leaves on the back of the mom works for that.
Right.
But it would add an extra layer on top of that.
But it's really cute.
Yeah. This instantly drew in people. So Jim, if nothing else, this model draws in the eye and the imagination of so many people that have walked by it and just commented. Kids, adults, everyone in between has looked at it and just been drawn right to it. So
Very cute.
yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Tap. Tap. Tap, tap.
Capital.
Right, what, two more?
Two
two
more.
more.
Oh man.
What will be second
one's
to
next?
last in the open?
Is it CD or is it?
Yeah. Avatar of Cain. This is such a cool model.
Kane.
I really want to paint one day.
I have a head swap, so I have that head to go on to the Forge World one with the spear.
That makes sense. Yeah.
The javelin.
Yeah.
Is that one as tall as this one, or is it taller than this one?
I think they're about the same height.
Okay. Compared to the original one, which is like yay tall.
Yeah.
I have the original one sitting in my paint case at home for reminding me that I can always exceed what I think is the best.
So let's start at the bottom. Clean up the edge of your base.
Yep. You can see the wash marks very specifically, very prominently.
Oh, it's their basing that's what's coming over the
Yeah.
edge. That's what that is.
Yeah. The basing that's coming over the edge. I like the flames.
Yep.
Flames are nice.
I feel like the flame, though, should lighten up the ground around it.
Yes. Yeah, that would be a nice touch that adds to the effect, or the model being in the place that it's at.
Yep.
And alongside that, I think that the blade, in that same regard, like the flames have a certain quality for, they're mostly yellow and orange with a little bit of red, and then as
This one
opposed to
goes
the
out
blade,
to almost a black.
yeah, but the red is too much of that blade. I feel like you need to have more yellow and orange on that than the other way.
I agree. Could
It's
be
very-
a little brighter as a whole.
Yeah, highlights as well.
Definitely a lot of wash pooling on the head. Especially in the,
And
right
hand
there.
and shoulder pads. Yeah.
So this goes back to, once you wash it, go back to with your original color.
Yes.
Edge highlighting would be
Yep, and then
nice.
come back up
Yep.
again. 'Cause it's almost like a Steel Legion drab color wash.
Yeah.
Because you can come up to like sand, like sandry dust, still light brown.
They got
It's a
PW's got a few.
Something that's a light brown.
yeah, as a highlight. I think it's the same with your kind of loin too. It's very dark.
It's very dark, very washed.
Yeah,
I like the color palette of the
green.
The green, that kind of
like the
drab green.
metal green too is also
Yeah.
So it stands out.
Yep. So adding some extra highlights onto this drab green would be nice. And you can keep it in that drab style, so it's a less saturated green. But yeah, I like the bright teal, bright blue metals
Yep.
that are on it.
It's like a cognac green shade or something.
Yeah. I would not be afraid to do all of the gems on Eldar models. It's not overpowering as much as you might think it would be. So, because it really adds to the model. Sorry.
No, agreed.
Gems are fun. They can be very difficult, but
As long
they
as you
stand
put like
out.
10 colors on them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything to paint.
Yeah, gems do that. But yeah, I think in all honesty, it follows the same same pattern from the other models that we've gone through, Max, from you, is that additional highlighting, making sure that you are brightening your model back up from a wash state, and that you're picking out highlights, because this is a good place to start, a good place to be, but definitely stepping through those additional stages will do you a lot of good. So
Yep.
Awesome.
very cool.
Yeah, it's very cool model.
Thank you much for that. So
One left.
we're at the last.
The last hurrah.
And we'll set it
Last
down, and
round.
then you can guess whose it is.
Name that painter.
You've been with us for
4 other entries.
Yep.
name that painter. Is Zoe present?
Yeah, Zoe present. All right. How's the zoom look on it?
Yep, I got adjusted. This one's tall.
We give you 5 more seconds to guess that painter.
So what is cool is that this is a kit bash.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a different rider.
It's a different rider, yeah.
Yeah.
Kit. I use kit bash in a broad sense. The thing that stands out to me most is the highlighting on the cloak. Really well done.
It's very well done purple.
Yes, it's a very well done purple. And then the scales. The scales are nicely highlighted in places. And I think this is a really good execution of scales in general to make them pop. So they're all, it's directional too. So it's picking a direction to put your highlight on the edge of the scale and then sticking to it.
The real chains he added.
Yeah, so the real chains, yeah, from
Yep.
like the actual grip.
Yep, the grip, which is cool. It's a subtle
Provide that
touch.
actual weight of the chain, which is nice.
Yep. The basing is fantastic. It looks really good.
Yep.
It is a little overwashed in areas.
Yeah, especially
Yeah.
in the recesses.
Yeah. And down below.
Yeah.
I like that this feels very leathery, but yeah, some extra cleanup on those wash edges would be helpful. But yeah, this feels leathery, which I like. And then the edge is highlighted, so it blocks it in nicely. The blade is not
A little too shiny.
a little too shiny, but it also has this kind of almost wash pool in the center where he's trying to show, oh, this is the, doing like a true metallic look, but it kind of shiny, not shiny and shiny, but it pools up. It doesn't have that separation or that blending between them to give the indication that it's a blade edge. So, and then the black is a little plain, as opposed to like his other Chaos Rider that had a lot of
The blight blue going
yeah,
into it.
the nice blended blues and all that kind of jazz. This is just a simple black with some gray popping. So
Yep.
it looks good. It looks excellent. It's just it doesn't have that same pop that Chaos Rider had versus this Chaos Rider has.
Right.
So, yeah,
And maybe even a little bit of an edge highlight on the back of the sword hilt would kind of make that pop a little bit more rather than melding in with the black and the back of the cloak.
yeah, absolutely. The fur looks really good. I like the highlights on the fur, but I think I don't know. It feels like it blends too well with the rest of the model, and it is supposed to be cold, so I get the cold palette that he's going for, in temperature as well as the overall. So everything's a bit muted towards that angle, and this is also a good example of like his using true metallics instead of using NMM. But yeah, I think that some of it could use some additional color so that it draws the eye, or it draws the highlights up rather than it just being kind of just plain black. So yeah, I like it though.
Yeah.
Super cool.
Very well done, Chaos Dragon.
Yep. So
Sealy, again.
yeah, good job, Celia. This is an awesome model. So was that it?
Yep,
Are we
that's
done?
the last one.
We did it.
We done did
We
it.
done did it. Awesome.
47 models.
47 models.
47 models.
47. So, I hope you guys had fun with us, joined us for the models.
Thank you for to the Forge for
Yes. For
allowing us to host
Yep.
Dwarven Axe here.
Buying us pizza, generally putting up with our bullshit. So there's that. So, but it was an absolute blast.
Yeah.
And we're happy to have them and to be here with them. Thank you to Chris for coming on and helping us set up all of the equipment, getting all of the volumes and lighting set up and correct.
And thank you to Chris,
the other Chris Fish,
for assisting with moving models back and forth between
Yes.
the display case and to the rotating Lazy Susan.
Yep.
Yeah.
And generally checking on the camera and doing all the swap outs. We really couldn't have done this without you. So thank you so much for all your effort. And then to all the painters that entered in models, we really do appreciate you and bringing this to life, because we'd just be three people talking amongst ourselves about painting things if it wasn't for you and hobbying. We'd probably get more done.
Maybe.
We'd think that we'd like to get more done. So, again, thank you so much for all your effort and time. At the end here, we will have a feedback. If you could scan that QR code and fill out that form, that would be fantastic. We will see you again in August.
Yep.
Here. Here, and then the next one after that is Renegade. So 2 more for the rest of the year. It's pretty crazy, but
The year's flying by.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. So we'll see you again in August. Hopefully, we'll have some more stuff for you between now and then, and talk to you then.
Yeah.
So thank you to my co-hosts. To host.
Host, co-host.
Co-host. Anyway, so until next time, see you later.
Have a good rest of your day.
Take care. Have a good one.